Chapter 19th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. No more shalt thou behold thy sister's face. Thou hast already had her last embrace. Elegy on Mrs. Anne Killigrew. This second surprise had been accomplished for Jeanie Deans by the rod of the same benevolent enchanter, whose power had transplanted her father from the crags of St. Leonard's to the banks of the Gairloch. The Duke of Argyle was not a person to forget the hereditary debt of gratitude which had been bequeathed to him by his grandfather in favour of the grandson of old Bible Butler. He had internally resolved to provide for Reuben Butler in this kirk of Knockturlity, of which the incumbent had just departed this life. Accordingly, his agent received the necessary instructions for that purpose, under the qualifying condition always that the learning and character of Mr. Butler should be found proper for the charge. Upon inquiry, these were found as highly satisfactory as had been reported in the case of David Deans himself. By this preferment, the Duke of Argyle more essentially benefited his friend and protégé Jeanie than he himself was aware of, since he contributed to remove objections in her father's mind to the match, which he had no idea had been in existence. We have already noticed that Deans had something of a prejudice against Butler, which was perhaps in some degree owing to his possessing a sort of consciousness that the poor usher looked with eyes of affection upon his eldest daughter. This, in David's eyes, was a sin of presumption, even although it should not be followed by any overt act or actual proposal. But the lively interest which Butler had displayed in his distresses since Jeanie set forth on her London expedition, and which therefore he ascribed to personal respect for him individually, had greatly softened the feelings of irritability with which David had sometimes regarded him. And while he was in this good disposition towards Butler, another incident took place which had great influence on the old man's mind. So soon as the shock of Effie's second elopement was over, it was Deans's early care to collect and refund to the Laird of Dumbydykes the money which he had lent for Effie's trial, and for Jeanie's travelling expenses. The Laird, the pony, the cocked hat, and the tobacco pipe had not been seen at St. Leonard's Crags for many a day, so that in order to pay this debt, David was under the necessity of repairing in person to the mansion of Dumbydykes. He found it in a state of unexpected bustle. There were working men pulling down some of the old hangings and replacing them with others, altering, repairing, scrubbing, painting, and whitewashing. There was no knowing the old house, which had been so long the mansion of sloth and silence. The Laird himself seemed in some confusion, and his reception, though kind, lacked something of the reverential cordiality with which he used to greet David Deans. There was a change also, David did not very well know of what nature, about the exterior of this landed proprietor. An improvement in the shape of his garments, a spruceness in the air with which they were put on, that were both novelties. Even the old hat looked smarter. The cock had been newly pointed, the lace had been refreshed, and instead of slouching backward or forward on the laird's head, as it happened to be thrown on. It was adjusted with a knowing inclination over one eye. David Deans opened his business and told down the cash. Dumbidyke steadily inclined his ear to the one and counted the other with great accuracy, interrupting David while he was talking of the redemption of the captivity of Judah, to ask him whether he did not think one or two of the guineas looked rather light. When he was satisfied on this point, had pocketed his money, and had signed a receipt, he addressed David with some little hesitation. "Jeanie would be writing ye something, good man?" "About the siller," replied David. "No doubt she did." "And did she say no more about me?" asked the laird. "No more but kind and Christian wishes. What should she have said?" replied David, fully expecting that the laird's long courtship, if his dangling after Jeanie deserves so active a name, was now coming to a point. And so indeed it was, but not to that point which he wished or expected. "Ah, well, she kens her own mind best, good man. I have made a clean house of Jenny Balcristy and her niece. They were a bad pack, stealed meat and malt, and loot the carters mag the coals. I'm to be married the morn, and kirk it on Sunday." Whatever David felt, he was too proud and too steady-minded to show any unpleasant surprise in his countenance and manner. "I wuss ye happy, sir, through him that gives happiness. Marriage is an honourable state." "And I am wedding into an honourable house, David, the Laird of Lickpelf's youngest daughter. She sits next to us in the kirk, and that's the way I came to think on it." There was no more to be said, but again to wish the Laird joy, to taste a cup of his liquor, and to walk back again to St. Leonard's, musing on the mutability of human affairs and human resolutions. The expectation that one day or other Jeanie would be Lady Dumbidyke's had, in spite of himself, kept a more absolute possession of David's mind than he himself was aware of. At least it had hitherto seemed a union at all times within his daughter's reach, whenever she might choose to give her silent lover any degree of encouragement, and now it was vanished for ever. David returned, therefore, in no very gracious humour for so good a man. He was angry with Jeanie for not having encouraged the Laird. He was angry with the Laird for requiring encouragement, and he was angry with himself for being angry at all on the occasion. On his return, he found the gentleman who managed the Duke of Argyle's affairs was desirous of seeing him, with a view to completing the arrangement between them. Thus, after a brief repose, he was obliged to set off anew for Edinburgh, so that old May Hetley declared that all this was to end with the master just walking himself off his feet. When the business respecting the farm had been talked over and arranged, the professional gentleman acquainted David Deans, in answer to his inquiries concerning the state of public worship, that it was the pleasure of the Duke to put an excellent young clergyman called Reuben Butler into the parish, which was to be his future residence. "Reuben Butler!" exclaimed David. "Reuben Butler, the usher at Liberton?" "The very same," said the Duke's commissioner. "His Grace has heard an excellent character of him, and has some hereditary obligations to him besides. Few ministers will be so comfortable as I am directed to make Mr. Butler." "Obligations! The Duke? Obligations to Reuben Butler?" Reuben Butler, a placed minister of the Kirk of Scotland!" exclaimed David, in interminable astonishment, for somehow he had been led by the bad success which Butler had hitherto met with in all his undertakings, to consider him as one of those stepsons of fortune, whom she treats with unceasing rigour, and ends with disinheriting altogether. There is perhaps no time at which we are disposed to think so highly of a friend as when we find him standing higher than we expected in the esteem of others. When assured of the reality of Butler's change of prospects, David expressed his great satisfaction at his success in life, which he observed was entirely owing to himself, David. "I advised his poor grandmother, who was but a silly woman, to breed him up to the ministry, and I prophesied that with a blessing on his endeavours he would become a polished shaft in the temple. He may be something over proud of his carnal learning, but a good lad, and has the root of the matter, as ministers gang now, where ye'll find one better, ye'll find 10 worse than Reuben Butler." He took leave of the man of business and walked homeward, forgetting his weariness in the various speculations to which this wonderful piece of intelligence gave rise. Honest David had now, like other great men, to go to work to reconcile his speculative principles with existing circumstances, and like other great men, when they set seriously about that task, he was tolerably successful. Ought Reuben Butler in conscience to accept of this preferment in the Kirk of Scotland, subject as David at present thought that establishment was to the Erastian encroachments of the civil power? This was the leading question, and he considered it carefully. The Kirk of Scotland was shorn of its beams, and deprived of its full artillery and banners of authority, but still it contained zealous and fructifying pastors, attentive congregations, and with all her spots and blemishes, the like of this Kirk was nowhere else to be seen upon earth. David's doubts had been too many and too critical to permit him ever unequivocally to unite himself with any of the dissenters, who upon various accounts absolutely seceded from the national church. He had often joined in communion with such of the established clergy as approached nearest to the old Presbyterian model and principles of 1640, and although there were many things to be amended in that system, yet he remembered that he, David Gines, had himself ever been an humble pleader for the good old cause in a legal way, but without rushing into right-hand excesses, divisions, and separations. But as an enemy to separation, he might join the right hand of fellowship with a minister of the Kirk of Scotland in its present model. Ergo, Reuben Butler might take possession of the parish of Knockturlity without forfeiting his friendship or favour. Q.E.D. But secondly came the trying point of lay patronage, which David Gines had ever maintained to be a coming in by the window, and over the wall, a cheating and starving the souls of a whole parish, for the purpose of clothing the back and filling the belly of the incumbent. This presentation, therefore, from the Duke of Argyle, whatever was the worth and high character of that nobleman, was a limb of the brazen image, a portion of the evil thing, and with no kind of consistency could David bend his mind to favour such a transaction. But if the parishioners themselves joined in a general call to Reuben Butler to be their pastor, it did not seem quite so evident that the existence of this unhappy presentation was a reason for his refusing them the comforts of his doctrine. If the presbytery admitted him to the kirk, in virtue rather of that act of patronage than of the general call of the congregation, that might be their error, and David allowed it was a heavy one. But if Reuben Butler accepted of the cure as tendered to him by those whom he was called to teach, and who had expressed themselves desirous to learn, David, after considering and reconsidering the matter, came, through the great virtue of it, to be of opinion that he might safely so act in that matter. There remained a third stumbling block, the oaths to government exacted from the established clergymen, in which they acknowledged an Erastian king and parliament, and homologate the incorporating union between England and Scotland, through which the latter kingdom had been part and portion of the former, wherein prelacy, the sister of popery, had made fast her throne and elevated the horns of her mitre. These were symptoms of defection which had often made David cry out, "My bowels, my bowels, I am pained at the very heart." And he remembered that a godly bowhead matron had been carried out of the Tolbooth church in a swoon, beyond the reach of brandy and burnt feathers, merely on hearing these fearful words, "It is enacted by the Lords spiritual and temporal," pronounced from a Scottish pulpit, in the proem to the Porteous Proclamation. These oaths were, therefore, a deep compliance and dire abomination, a sin and a snare, and a danger and a defection. But this shibboleth was not always exacted. Ministers had respect to their own tender consciences and those of their brethren, and it was not till a later period that the reins of discipline were taken up tight by the general assemblies and presbyteries. The peacemaking particle came again to David's assistance. If an incumbent was not called upon to make such compliances, and if he got a right entry into the church without intrusion and by orderly appointment, why, upon the whole, David Deans came to be of opinion that the said incumbent might lawfully enjoy the spirituality and temporality of the cure of souls at Knockturlity, with stipend, manse, glebe, and all thereunto appertaining. The best and most upright-minded men are so strongly influenced by existing circumstances that it would be somewhat cruel to inquire too nearly what weight parental affection gave to these ingenious trains of reasoning. Let David Deans's situation be considered. He was just deprived of one daughter, and his eldest, to whom he owed so much, was cut off by the sudden resolution of Dumbydikes from the high hope which David had entertained, that she might one day be mistress of that fair lordship. Just while this disappointment was bearing heavy on his spirits, Butler comes before his imagination, no longer the half-starved, threadbare usher, but fat and sleek and fair, the beneficed minister of Knockturlity, beloved by his congregation, exemplary in his life, powerful in his doctrine, doing the duty of the kirk as never Highland minister did before, turning sinners as a collie dog turns sheep, a favourite of the Duke of Argyle, and drawing a stipend of 800 punds Scots and 4 chalders of victual. Here was a match making up in David's mind in a tenfold degree the disappointment in the case of Dumbydykes, in so far as the good man of St. Leonard's held a powerful minister in much greater admiration than a mere landed proprietor. It did not occur to him, as an additional reason in favour of the match, that Jeanie might herself have some choice in the matter, for the idea of consulting her feelings never once entered into the honest man's head, any more than the possibility that her inclination might perhaps differ from his own. The result of his meditations was, that he was called upon to take the management of the whole affair into his own hand, and give, if it should be found possible without sinful compliance or backsliding or defection of any kind, a worthy pastor to the kirk of Knockturlity. Accordingly, by the intervention of the honest dealer in buttermilk, who dwelt in Liberton, David summoned to his presence Reuben Butler. Even from this worthy messenger he was unable to conceal certain swelling emotions of dignity, insomuch that when the carter had communicated his message to the usher, he added that certainly the good man of St. Leonard's had some grand news to tell him, for he was as uplifted as a midden cock upon pattens. Butler, it may readily be conceived, immediately obeyed the summons. He was a plain character, in which worth and good sense and simplicity were the principal ingredients, but love on this occasion gave him a certain degree of address. He had received an intimation of the favour designed him by the Duke of Argyle, with what feelings those only can conceive who have experienced a sudden prospect of being raised to independence and respect from penury and toil. He resolved, however, that the old man should retain all the consequence of being, in his own opinion, the first to communicate the important intelligence. At the same time, he also determined that in the expected conference he would permit David Deans to expatiate at length upon the proposal in all its bearings, without irritating him either by interruption or contradiction. This last was the most prudent plan he could have adopted, because although there were many doubts which David Deans could himself clear up to his own satisfaction, yet he might have been by no means disposed to accept the solution of any other person, and to engage him in an argument would have been certain to confirm him at once and forever in the opinion which Butler chanced to impugn. He received his friend with an appearance of important gravity, which real misfortune had long compelled him to lay aside, and which belonged to those days of awful authority in which he predominated over Widow Butler, and dictated the mode of cultivating the crofts of Beersheba. He made known to Reuben with great prolixity the prospect of his changing his present residence for the charge of the Duke of Argyle's stock farm in Dumbartonshire, and enumerated the various advantages of the situation with obvious self-congratulation, but assured the patient hearer that nothing had so much moved him to acceptance as the sense that, by his skill in bestial, he could render the most important services to his Grace the Duke of Argyle, to whom, in the late unhappy circumstance, here a tear dimmed the sparkle of pride in the old man's eye, he had been so muckle obliged. To put a rude Highlandman into sic a charge, he continued, what could be expected but that he should be sic a chieftest herdsman, as wicked Doeg the Edomite? Whereas while this grey head is to the fore not a clute of them, but shall be as well cared for as if they were the fatted kine of Pharaoh. And now, Reuben, lad, seeing we maun remove our tent to a strange country, ye will be casting a doleful look after us, and thinking with whom ye are to hold counsel anent your government in the slippery and backsliding times, and no doubt remembering that the old man, David Deans, was made the instrument to bring you out of the mire of schism and heresy, wherein your father's house delighted to wallow. Often also, no doubt, when ye are pressed with ensnaring trials and temptations and heart plagues, you, that are like a recruit that is marching for the first time to the talk of drum, will miss the old, bald, and experienced veteran soldier that has felt the brunt of many a foul day, and heard the bullets whistle as often as he has hairs left on his old pow. It is very possible that Butler might internally be of opinion that the reflection on his ancestors' peculiar tenets might have been spared, or that he might be presumptuous enough even to think that at his years and with his own lights he might be able to hold his course without the pilotage of honest David, but he only replied by expressing his regret that anything should separate him from an ancient, tried, and affectionate friend. "But how can it be helped, man?" said David, twisting his features into a sort of smile. "How can we help it? I trow ye cannot tell me that. Ye maun leave that to ither folk, to the Duke of Argyle and me, Reuben. It's a good thing to have friends in this world, how muckle better to have an interest beyond it." And David, whose piety, though not always quite rational, was as sincere as it was habitual and fervent, looked reverentially upward and paused. Mr. Butler intimated the pleasure with which he would receive his friend's advice on a subject so important, and David resumed, "What think ye now, Reuben, of a kirk, a regular kirk, under the present establishment? Were sic offered to ye, would ye be free to accept it? And under whilk provisions? I am speaking but by way of query." Butler replied, that if such a prospect were held out to him, he would probably first consult whether he was likely to be useful to the parish he should be called to, and if there appeared a fair prospect of his proving so, his friend must be aware that in every other point of view it would be highly advantageous for him. "Right, Reuben, very right, lad," answered the monitor. "Your own conscience is the first thing to be satisfied, for how shall he teach others that has himself so ill learned the Scriptures as to grip for the lucre of foul earthly preferment, sick as gear and man's, money and victual, that which is not his in a spiritual sense, or what makes his kirk a stalking horse, from behind which he may take aim at his stipend? But I look for better things of you, and specially ye maun be minded not to act altogether on your own judgment, for therethrough comes sore mistakes, backslidings, and defections on the left and on the right. If there were sic a day of trial put to you, Reuben, you who are a young lad, although it may be ye are gifted with the carnal tongues, and those whilk were spoken at Rome, whilk is now the seat of the scarlet abomination, and by the Greeks, to whom the gospel was as foolishness, yet none the less ye may be entreated by your well-wisher to take the counsel of those prudent and resolved and weather-withstanding professors, who have kenned what it was to lurk on banks and in mosses, in bogs and in caverns, and to risk the peril of the head rather than renounce the honesty of the heart. Butler replied that certainly possessing such a friend as he hoped and trusted he had in the good man himself, who had seen so many changes in the preceding century, he should be much to blame if he did not avail himself of his experience and friendly counsel. Enough said, Reuben, said David Deans, with internal exultation, and say that ye were in the predicament whereof I have spoken, of a surety I would deem it my duty to gang to the root of the matter, and lay bare to you the ulcers and imposthumes, and the sores and the leprosies of this our time, crying aloud and sparing not. David Deans was now in his element. He commenced his examination of the doctrines and belief of the Christian Church with the very Chaldees, from whom he passed to John Knox, from John Knox to the recusants in James the Sixth's time, Bruce, Black, Blair, Livingstone, from them to the brief and at length triumphant period of the Presbyterian Church's splendor, until it was overrun by the English independence. Then followed the dismal times of prelacy, the indulgences, 7 in number, with all their shades and bearings, until he arrived at the reign of King James II, in which he himself had been, in his own mind, neither an obscure actor nor an obscure sufferer. Then was Butler doomed to hear the most detailed and annotated edition of what he had so often heard before, David Deans's confinement, namely in the iron cage in the Canongate Tolbooth, and the cause thereof. We should be very unjust to our friend David Deans if we should pretermit, to use his own expression, a narrative which he held essential to his fame. A drunken trooper of the Royal Guards, Francis Gordon by name, had chased 5 or 6 of the skulking Whigs, among whom was our friend David, and after he had compelled them to stand, and was in the act of brawling with them, one of their number fired a pocket pistol and shot him dead. David used to sneer and shake his head when any one asked him whether he had been the instrument of removing this wicked persecutor from the face of the earth. In fact, the merit of the deed lay between him and his friend Patrick Walker, the pedlar, whose words he was so fond of quoting. Neither of them cared directly to claim the merit of silencing Mr. Francis Gordon of the Life Guards, there being some wild cousins of his about Edinburgh, who might have been even yet addicted to revenge, but yet neither of them chose to disown or yield to the other the merit of this active defence of their religious rights. David said that if he had fired a pistol then, it was what he never did after or before, and as for Mr. Patrick Walker, he has left it upon record that his great surprise was that so small a pistol could kill so big a man. These are the words of that venerable biographer, whose trade had not taught him by experience that an inch was as good as an ell. He, Francis Gordon, got a shot in his head out of a pocket pistol, rather fit for diverting a boy than killing such a furious, mad, brisk man, which, notwithstanding, killed him dead. Upon the extensive foundation which the history of the Kirk afforded, during its short-lived triumph and long tribulation, David, with length of breath and of narrative which would have astounded any one but a lover of his daughter, proceeded to lay down his own rules for guiding the conscience of his friend as an aspirant to serve in the ministry. Upon this subject The good man went through such a variety of nice and casuistical problems, supposed so many extreme cases, made the distinctions so critical and nice betwixt the right hand and the left hand, betwixt compliance and defection, holding back and stepping aside, slipping and stumbling, snares and errors, that at length, after having limited the path of truth to a mathematical line, he was brought to the broad admission that each man's conscience, after he had gained a certain view of the difficult navigation which he was to encounter, would be the best guide for his pilotage. He stated the examples and arguments for and against the acceptance of a kirk on the present Revolution model with much more impartiality to Butler than he had been able to place them before his own view, and he concluded that his young friend ought to think upon these things and be guided by the voice of his own conscience, whether he could take such an awful trust as the charge of souls without doing injury to his own internal conviction of what is right or wrong. When David had finished his very long harangue, which was only interrupted by monosyllables, or little more, on the part of Butler, the orator himself was greatly astonished to find that the conclusion at which he very naturally wished to arrive seemed much less decisively attained than when he had argued the case in his own mind. In this particular, David's current of thinking and speaking only illustrated the very important and general proposition concerning the excellence of the publicity of debate, for under the influence of any partial feeling, it is certain that most men can more easily reconcile themselves to any favourite measure when agitating it in their own mind, than when obliged to expose its merits to a third party, when the necessity of seeming impartial procures for the opposite arguments a much more fair statement than that which he affords it in tacit meditation. Having finished what he had to say, David thought himself obliged to be more explicit in point of fact, and to explain that this was no hypothetical case, but one on which, by his own influence and that of the Duke of Argyle, Reuben Butler would soon be called to decide. It was even with something like apprehension that David Deans heard Butler announce, in return to this communication, that he would take that night to consider on what he had said with such kind intentions, and return him an answer the next morning. The feelings of the father mastered David on this occasion. He pressed Butler to spend the evening with him. He produced, most unusual at his meals, 1, nay 2 bottles of aged strong ale. He spoke of his daughter, of her merits, her housewifery, her thrift, her affection. He led Butler so decidedly up to a declaration of his feelings towards Jeanie, that before nightfall it was distinctly understood she was to be the bride of Reuben Butler, and if they thought it indelicate to abridge the period of deliberation which Reuben had stipulated, it seemed to be sufficiently understood betwixt them that there was a strong probability of his becoming minister of Knockturlity, providing the congregation were as willing to accept of him as the Duke to grant him the presentation. The matter of the oaths, they agreed, it was time enough to dispute about, whenever the shibboleth should be tendered. Many arrangements were adopted that evening, which were afterwards ripened by correspondence with the Duke of Argyle's man of business, who entrusted Deans and Butler with the benevolent wish of his principal, that they should all meet with Jeanie on her return from England at the Duke's hunting lodge in Roseneth. This retrospect, so far as the placid loves of Jeanie Deans and Reuben Butler are concerned, forms a full explanation of the preceding narrative up to their meeting on the island, as already mentioned. End of chapter 19th. Chapter 20th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I come, he said, my love, my life, and nature's dearest name, my wife. Thy father's house and friends resign. My home, my friends, my sire are thine. Logan. The meeting of Jeanie and Butler, under circumstances promising to crown an affection so long delayed, was rather affecting from its simple sincerity than from its uncommon vehemence of feeling. David Deans, whose practice was sometimes a little different from his theory, appalled them at first, by giving them the opinion of sundry of the suffering preachers and champions of his younger days, that marriage, though honourable by the laws of Scripture, was yet a state over rashly coveted by professors, and especially by young ministers, whose desire, he said, was at whiles too inordinate for kirks, stipends, and wives, which had frequently occasioned over-ready compliance with the general defections of the times. He endeavoured to make them aware also that hasty wedlock had been the bane of many a savoury professor, that the unbelieving wife had too often reversed the text and perverted the believing husband, that when the famous Donald Cargill, being then hiding in Lee Wood in Lanarkshire, it being killing time, did upon importunity marry Robert Marshall of Sterry Shaw. He had thus expressed himself: "What hath induced Robert to marry this woman? Her ill will overcome his good. He will not keep the way long. His thriving days are done." To the sad accomplishment of which prophecy, David said he was himself a living witness, for Robert Marshall, having fallen into foul compliances with the enemy, went home and heard the curates, declined into other steps of defection, and became lightly esteemed. Indeed, he observed that the great upholders of the standard, Cargill, Peden, Cameron, and Renwick, had less delight in tying the bonds of matrimony than in any other piece of their ministerial work; and although they would neither dissuade the parties nor refuse their office, they considered the being called to it as an evidence of indifference on the part of those between whom it was solemnized, to the many grievous things of the day. Notwithstanding, however, that marriage was a snare unto many, David was of opinion, as indeed he had showed in his practice, that it was in itself honourable, especially if times were such that honest men could be secure against being shot, hanged, or banished, and had one competent livelihood to maintain themselves and those that might come after them. And therefore, as he concluded something abruptly, addressing Jeanie and Butler, who, with faces as high-coloured as crimson, had been listening to his lengthened argument for and against the holy state of matrimony, "I will leave you to your own cracks. As their private conversation, however interesting to themselves, might probably be very little so to the reader, so far as it respected their present feelings and future prospects, we shall pass it over, and only mention the information which Jeanie received from Butler concerning her sister's elopement, which contained many particulars that she had been unable to extract from her father. Jeanie learned, therefore, that for 3 days after her pardon had arrived, Effie had been the inmate of her father's house at St. Leonard's, that the interviews betwixt David and his erring child, which had taken place before she was liberated from prison, had been touching in the extreme, but Butler could not suppress his opinion that when he was freed from the apprehension of losing her in a manner so horrible, her father had tightened the bands of discipline, so as in some degree to gall the feelings and aggravate the irritability of a spirit naturally impatient and petulant, and now doubly so from the sense of merited disgrace. On the 3rd night, Effie disappeared from St. Leonard's, leaving no intimation whatever of the route she had taken. Butler, however, set out in pursuit of her, and with much trouble traced her towards a little landing place, formed by a small brook which enters the sea betwixt Musselburgh and Edinburgh. This place, which has been since made into a small harbour, surrounded by many villas and lodging houses, is now termed Portobello. At this time it was surrounded by a waste common, covered with furze, and unfrequented, save by fishing boats, and now and then a smuggling lugger. A vessel of this description had been hovering in the Firth at the time of Effie's elopement, and, as Butler ascertained, a boat had come ashore in the evening on which the fugitive had disappeared, and had carried on board a female. As the vessel made sail immediately, and landed no part of their cargo, there seemed little doubt that they were accomplices of the notorious Robertson, and that the vessel had only come into the Firth to carry off his paramour. This was made clear by a letter which Butler himself soon afterwards received by post, signed E.D., but without bearing any date of place or time. It was miserably ill written and spelt, seasickness having apparently aided the derangement of Effie's very irregular orthography and mode of expression. In this epistle, however, as in all that unfortunate girl said or did, there was something to praise as well as to blame. She said in her letter that she could not endure that her father and her sister should go into banishment, or be partakers of her shame; that if her burden was a heavy one, it was of her own binding, and she had the more right to bear it alone; that in future they could not be a comfort to her, or she to them, since every look and word of her father put her in mind of her transgression, and was like to drive her mad; that she had nearly lost her judgment during the 3 days she was at St. Leonard's. Her father meant well by her and all men, but he did not know the dreadful pain he gave her in casting up her sins. If Jeanie had been at home, it might have done better. Jeanie was one like the angels in heaven, that rather weep for sinners than reckon their transgressions. But she should never see Jeanie any more, and that was the thought that gave her the sorest heart of all that had come and gone yet. On her bended knees would she pray for Jeanie night and day, both for what she had done and what she had scorned to do in her behalf. For what a thought would it have been to her at that moment of time, if that upright creature had made a fault to save her! She desired her father would give Jeanie all the gear, her own, i.e. Effie's, mother's, and all. She had made a deed giving up her right, and it was in Mr. Novet's hand. World's gear was henceforward the least of her care, nor was it likely to be muckle her mister. She hoped this would make it easy for her sister to settle, and immediately after this expression she wished Butler himself all good things in return for his kindness to her. For herself, she said, she kenned her lot would be a wearisome one, but it was of her own framing, so she desired the less pity. But for her friends' satisfaction, she wished them to know that she was gone no ill gate, that they who had done her most wrong were now willing to do her what justice was in their power, and she would, in some worldly respects, be far better off than she deserved. But she desired her family to remain satisfied with this assurance, and give themselves no trouble in making farther inquiries after her. To David Deans and to Butler this letter gave very little comfort, for what was to be expected from this unfortunate girl's uniting her fate to that of a character so notorious as Robertson, who they readily guessed was alluded to in the last sentence, excepting that she should become the partner and victim of his future crimes. Jeanie, who knew George Staunton's character and real rank, saw her sister's situation under a ray of better hope. She augured well of the haste he had shown to reclaim his interest in Effie, and she trusted he had made her his wife. If so, it seemed improbable that, with his expected fortune and high connections, he should again resume the life of criminal adventure which he had led, especially since, as matters stood, his life depended upon his keeping his own secret, which could only be done by an entire change of his habits, and particularly by avoiding all those who had known the heir of Willingham under the character of the audacious, criminal, and condemned Robertson. She thought it most likely that the couple would go abroad for a few years, and not return to England until the affair of Porteus was totally forgotten. Jeanie, therefore, saw more hopes for her sister than Butler or her father had been able to perceive, but she was not at liberty to impart the comfort which she felt in believing that she would be secure from the pressure of poverty and in little risk of being seduced into the paths of guilt. She could not have explained this without making public what it was essentially necessary for Effie's chance of comfort to conceal, the identity, namely, of George Staunton and George Robertson. After all, it was dreadful to think that Effie had united herself to a man condemned for felony and liable to trial for murder, whatever might be his rank in life and the degree of his repentance. Besides, it was melancholy to reflect that she herself, being in possession of the whole dreadful secret, it was most probable he would, out of regard to his own feelings and fear for his safety, never again permit her to see poor Effie. After perusing and re-perusing her sister's valedictory letter, she gave ease to her feelings in a flood of tears, which Butler in vain endeavoured to check by every soothing attention in his power. She was obliged, however, at length to look up and wipe her eyes, for her father, thinking he had allowed the lovers time enough for conference, was now advancing towards them from the lodge, accompanied by the captain of Knockdunder, or, as his friends called him for brevity's sake, Duncan Knock, a title which some youthful exploits had rendered peculiarly appropriate. This Duncan of Knockdunder was a person of first-rate importance in the island of Roseneath, and the continental parishes of Knockturlity, Kilman, and so forth. Nay, his influence extended as far as Cowell, where, however, it was obscured by that of another factor. The Tower of Knockdunder still occupies, with its remains, a cliff overhanging the Holy Loch. Duncan swore it had been a royal castle. If so, it was one of the smallest, the space within only forming a square of 16 feet, and bearing, therefore, a ridiculous proportion to the thickness of the walls, which was 10 feet at least. Such as it was, however, it had long given the title of captain, equivalent to that of chatelaine, to the ancestors of Duncan, who were retainers of the house of Argyle, and held a hereditary jurisdiction under them, of little extent indeed, but which had great consequence in their own eyes, and was usually administered with a vigour somewhat beyond the law. The present representative of that ancient family was a stout, short man, about 50, whose pleasure it was to unite in his own person the dress of the Highlands and Lowlands, wearing on his head a black tie wig, surmounted by a fierce cocked hat, deeply guarded with gold lace, while the rest of his dress consisted of the plaid and philibeg. Duncan superintended a district which was partly Highland, partly Lowland, and therefore might be supposed to combine their national habits, in order to show his impartiality to Trojan or Tyrian. The incongruity, however, had a whimsical and ludicrous effect, as it made his head and body look as if belonging to different individuals, or as some one said who had seen the executions of the insurgent prisoners in 1715, it seemed as if some Jacobite enchanter, having recalled the sufferers to life, had clapped, in his haste, an Englishman's head on a Highlander's body. To finish the portrait, the bearing of the gracious Duncan was brief, bluff, and consequential, and the upward turn of his short, copper-coloured nose indicated that he was somewhat addicted to wrath and usquebaugh. When this dignitary had advanced up to Butler and to Jeanie, "I take the freedom, Mr. Deans," he said in a very consequential manner, "to salute your daughter, whilk I presume this young lass to be. I kiss every pretty girl that comes to Roseneath, in virtue of my office." Having made this gallant speech, he took out his quid, saluted Jeanie with a hearty smack, and bade her welcome to Argyle's country. Then, addressing Butler, he said, "Ye maun gang over and meet the carle ministers yonder the morn, for they will want to do your job, and send it down with usquebaugh doubtless. They seldom make dry work in this country." "And the Laird," said David Deans, addressing Butler in farther explanation. "The captain, man," interrupted Duncan, "folk winna ken what ye are speaking about, unless ye give shentlemans their proper title." "The captain, then," said David, "assures me that the call is unanimous on the part of the parishioners, a real harmonious call, Reuben." "I believe," said Duncan, "it was as harmonious as could be expected, when the taw half of the bodies were clavering Sassenach, and the t'other skirting Gaelic, like sea maws and clack geese before a storm. and would have needed the gift of tongues to ken precisely what they said, but I believe the best end of it was, Long live Mac Cullamore and Knockdunder. And as to its being an unanimous call, I would be glad to ken fat business the carles have to call anything or anybody but what the Duke and mysell likes. Nevertheless, said Mr. Butler, if any of the parishioners have any scruples, which sometimes happen in the mind of sincere professors, I should be happy of an opportunity of trying to remove. Never fash your peard about it, man, interrupted Duncan Knock. Leave it all to me. Scruple! Devil one of them has been bred up to scruple anything that they're bidden to do. And if sic a thing should happen as ye speak of, ye shall see the sincere professor, as ye call him, towed at the stern of my boat for a few furlongs. I'll try if the water of the holy loch winna wash off scruples as well as fleas. Cot tam! The rest of Duncan's threat was lost in a growling, gargling sort of sound which he made in his throat, and which menaced recusants with no gentle means of conversion. David Deans would certainly have given battle in defence of the right of the Christian congregation to be consulted in the choice of their own pastor, which in his estimation was one of the choicest and most inalienable of their privileges, but he had again engaged in close conversation with Jeanie, and with more interest than he was in use to take in affairs foreign alike to his occupation and to his religious tenets, was enquiring into the particulars of her London journey. This was perhaps fortunate for the new-formed friendship betwixt him and the captain of Knockdunder, which rested in David's estimation upon the proofs he had given of his skill in managing stock, but in reality upon the special charge transmitted to Duncan from the Duke and his agent, to behave with the utmost attention to Deans and his family. "And now, sirs," said Duncan, in a commanding tone, "I am to pray ye all to come in to your supper, for yonder is Mr. Archibald half famished, and a Saxon woman that looks as if her eyes were fleeing out of her head with fear and wonder, as if she had never seen a shentleman in a philibeg before." "And Reuben Butler," said David, "will doubtless desire instantly to retire, that he may prepare his mind for the exercise of tomorrow, that his work may suit the day, and be an offering of a sweet savour in the nostrils of the reverend presbytery." "Hout, tout, man! It's but little ye ken about them," interrupted the captain. "Tell a one of them would give the savour of the hot venison pasty which I smell," turning his squab nose up in the air, "all the way from the lodge, for all that Mr. Butler or you either can say to them." David groaned, but judging he had to do with a Gallio, as he said, did not think it worth his while to give battle. They followed the captain to the house, and arranged themselves with great ceremony round a well-loaded supper table. The only other circumstance of the evening worthy to be recorded is, that Butler pronounced the blessing, that Knockdunder found it too long, and David Deans censured it as too short, from which the charitable reader may conclude it was exactly the proper length. End of chapter 20th. Chapter 21st of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Now turn the Psalms of David over, and lilt with holy clangour of double verse come give us four, and skirl up the Bangor. Burns. The next was the important day when, according to the forms and ritual of the Scottish Kirk, Reuben Butler was to be ordained minister of Knockturlity by the Presbytery of Knockturlity, and so eager were the whole party that all, excepting Mrs. Dutton, the destined cowslip of Inverary, were stirring at an early hour. Their host, whose appetite was as quick and keen as his temper, was not long in summoning them to a substantial breakfast, where there were at least a dozen of different preparations of milk, plenty of cold meat, scores boiled and roasted eggs, a huge keg of butter, half a firkin herrings boiled and broiled, fresh and salt, and tea and coffee for them that liked it, which, as their landlord assured them with a nod and a wink, pointing at the same time to a little cutter which seemed dodging under the lee of the island, cost them little beside the fetching ashore. "Is the contraband trade permitted here so openly?" said Butler. "I should think it very unfavourable to the people's morals." "The Duke, Mr. Butler, has given no orders concerning the putting of it down," said the magistrate, and seemed to think that he had said all that was necessary to justify his connivance. Butler was a man of prudence, and aware that real good can only be obtained by remonstrance, when remonstrance is well timed. So, for the present, he said nothing more on the subject. When breakfast was half over, in flounced Mrs. Dolly, as fine as a blue sack and cherry-coloured ribbons could make her. "Good morning to you, madam," said the master of ceremonies. "I trust your early rising will not scathe ye." The dame apologized to Captain Knockunder, as she was pleased to term their entertainer. "But, as we say in Cheshire," she added, "I was like the Mayor of Altrincham, who lies in bed while his breeches are mending, for the girl did not bring up the right bundle to my room till she had brought up all the others by mistake one after the other. Well, I suppose we are all for church to day, as I understand. Pray may I be so bold as to ask if it is the fashion for your north country gentlemen to go to church in your petticoats, Captain Knockunder?" "Captain of Knockdunder, madam, if you please, for I knock under to no man, and in respect of my garb I shall go to church as I am, at your service, madam. For if I were to lie in bed like your Major what d'ye call 'em, till my breeches were mended, I might be there all my life, seeing I never had a pair of them on my person but twice in my life, which I am bound to remember, it being when the Duke brought his Duchess here, when her Grace behoved to be pleasured. So I even borrowed the minister's trews for the 2 days his Grace was pleased to stay. But I will put myself under sick confinement again for no man on earth, or woman either, but her Grace always being excepted as in duty bound." The mistress of the milking pail stared, but made no answer to this round declaration, immediately proceeded to show that the alarm of the preceding evening had in no degree injured her appetite. When the meal was finished, the captain proposed to them to take boat, in order that Mrs. Jeanie might see her new place of residence, and that he himself might inquire whether the necessary preparations had been made there, and at the manse, for receiving the future inmates of these mansions. The morning was delightful, and the huge mountain shadows slept upon the mirrored wave of the Firth, almost as little disturbed as if it had been an inland lake. Even Mrs. Dutton's fears no longer annoyed her. She had been informed by Archibald that there was to be some sort of junketing after the sermon, and that was what she loved dearly. And as for the water, it was so still that it would look quite like a pleasuring on the Thames. The whole party being embarked, therefore, in a large boat, which the captain called his coach and six, and attended by a smaller one termed his gig, the gallant Duncan steered straight upon the little tower of the old-fashioned church of Knockturlity, and the exertions of 6 stout rowers sped them rapidly on their voyage. As they neared the land, the hills appeared to recede from them, and a little valley, formed by the descent of a small river from the mountains, evolved itself as it were upon their approach. The style of the country on each side was simply pastoral, and resembled in appearance and character the description of a forgotten Scottish poet, which runs nearly thus: "The water gently down a level slid, with little din, but couthie what it made. On ilka side the trees grew thick and long, and with the wild birds' notes were all in song. On either side, a full bowshot and more, the green was even, gowny and fair, with easy slope on every hand, the braes to the hills' feet with scattered bushes raise, with goats and sheep aboon and kye below, the bonny banks all in a swarm did go." They landed in this highland Arcadia at the mouth of the small stream which watered the delightful and peaceable valley. Inhabitants of several descriptions came to pay their respects to the captain of Knockdunder, a homage which he was very peremptory in exacting, and to see the new settlers. Some of these were men after David Deans's own heart, elders of the Kirk session, zealous professors from the Lennox, Lanarkshire, and Ayrshire, to whom the preceding Duke of Argyle had given rooms in this corner of his estate, because they had suffered for joining his father, the unfortunate Earl, during his ill-fated attempt in 1686. These were cakes of the right leaven for David, regaling himself with, and had it not been for this circumstance, he has been heard to say that the captain of Knockdunder would have sworn him out of the country in 24 hours. So awesome it was to any thinking soul to hear his imprecations upon the slightest temptation that crossed his humour. Besides these, there were a wilder set of parishioners, mountaineers from the upper glen and adjacent hill, who spoke Gaelic, went about armed, and wore the Highland dress. But the strict commands of the Duke had established such good order in this part of his territories, that the Gael and Saxons lived upon the best possible terms of good neighbourhood. They first visited the manse, as the parsonage is termed in Scotland. It was old, but in good repair, and stood snugly embosomed in a grove of sycamore, with a well-stocked garden in front, bounded by the small river, which was partly visible from the windows, partly concealed by the bushes, trees, and bounding hedge. Within, the house looked less comfortable than it might have been, for it had been neglected by the late incumbent. But workmen had been labouring, under the directions of the captain of Knockdunder, and at the expense of the Duke of Argyle, to put it into some order. The old plenishing had been removed, and neat but plain household furniture had been sent down by the Duke in a brig of his own called the Caroline, and was now ready to be placed in order in the apartments. The gracious Duncan, finding matters were at a stand among the workmen, summoned before him the delinquents, and impressed all who heard him with a sense of his authority, by the penalties with which he threatened them for their delay. Mulcting them in half their charge, he assured them would be the least of it, for if they were to neglect his pleasure and the Duke's, he would be tammed if he paid them the t'other half either, and they might seek law for it where they could get it. The work people humbled themselves before the offended dignitary, and spoke him soft and fair, and at length, upon Mr. Butler recalling to his mind that it was the ordination day, and that the workmen were probably thinking of going to church, Knockdunder agreed to forgive them, out of respect to their new minister. "But an I catch them neglecting my duty again, Mr. Butler, the tail pee in me if the kirk shall be an excuse; for what has the like of them reparees to do at the kirk any day but Sundays, or then either, if the Duke and I has the necessitous uses for them?" It may be guessed with what feelings of quiet satisfaction and delight Butler looked forward to spending his days, honoured and useful as he trusted to be, in this sequestered valley, and how often an intelligent glance was exchanged betwixt him and Jeanie, whose good-humoured face looked positively handsome, from the expression of modesty, and at the same time of satisfaction, which she wore when visiting the apartments of which she was soon to call herself mistress. She was left at liberty to give more open indulgence to her feelings of delight and admiration, when, leaving the manse, the company proceeded to examine the destined habitation of David Deans. Jeanie found with pleasure that it was not above a musket shot from the manse, for it had been a bar to her happiness to think she might be obliged to reside at a distance from her father, and she was aware that there were strong objections to his actually living in the same house with Butler, but this brief distance was the very thing which she could have wished. The farmhouse was on a plan of an improved cottage, and contrived with great regard to convenience. An excellent little garden, an orchard, and a set of offices complete, according to the best ideas of the time, combined to render it a most desirable habitation for the practical farmer, and far superior to the hovel at Wood End and the small house at St. Leonard's Crags. The situation was considerably higher than that of the manse, and fronted to the west. The windows commanded an enchanting view of the little vale over which the mansion seemed to preside, the windings of the stream, and the firth, with its associated lakes and romantic islands. The hills of Dumbartonshire, once possessed by the fierce clan of MacFarlanes, formed a crescent behind the valley, and far to the right were seen the dusky and more gigantic mountains of Argyleshire, with a seaward view of the shattered and thunder-splitten peaks of Arran. But to Jeanie, whose taste for the picturesque, if she had any by nature, had never been awakened or cultivated, the sight of the faithful old May Hetley, as she opened the door to receive them in her clean toy, Sunday's russet gown, and blue apron, nicely smoothed down before her, was worth the whole varied landscape. The raptures of the faithful old creature at seeing Jeanie were equal to her own, as she hastened to assure her that both the good man and the beasts had been as well seen after as she possibly could contrive. Separating her from the rest of the company, May then hurried her young mistress to the offices, that she might receive the compliments she expected for her care of the cows. Jeanie rejoiced in the simplicity of her heart to see her charge once more, and the mute favourites of our heroine, Gowans, and the others, acknowledged her presence by lowing, turning round their broad and decent brows when they heard her well-known "Prue, my leddy, Prue, my woman, and by various indications, known only to those who have studied the habits of the milky mothers, showing sensible pleasure as she approached to caress them in their turn. "The very brute beasts are glad to see ye again," said May, "but no wonder, Jeanie, for ye were aye kind to beast and body. And I maun learn to call ye mistress now, Jeanie, since ye have been up to Lunnon and seen the Duke and the King and all the braw folk. But what kens," added the old dame slyly, "what I'll have to call ye forby mistress, for I am thinking it winna long be Dean's." "Call me your own, Jeanie May, and then ye can never gang wrang." In the cow house which they examined there was one animal which Jeanie looked at till the tears gushed from her eyes. May, who had watched her with a sympathizing expression, immediately observed in an undertone, "The good man aye sorts that beast himself, and is kinder to it than any beast in the byre, and I noticed he was that way even when he was angriest, and had most cause to be angry. Eh, sirs, a parent's heart's a queer thing. Many a warsel he has had for that poor lassie. I am thinking he petitions more for her than for yourself, hinny. For what can he plead for you but just to wish you the blessing ye deserve? And when I sleepit anent the hallan, when we first came here, he was often earnest all night, and I could hear him come over and over again with Effie, poor blinded misguided thing. It was, aye, Effie, Effie, if that poor wandering lamb come na into the sheepfold in the shepherd's own time, it will be an unco wonder, for I wot she has been a child of prayers. Oh, if the poor prodigal would return, so blithely as the good man would kill the fatted calf, though Brocky's calf will no be fit for killing this 3 weeks yet. And then, with the discursive talent of persons of her description, she got once more afloat in her account of domestic affairs, and left this delicate and affecting topic. Having looked at everything in the offices and the dairy, and expressed her satisfaction with the manner in which matters had been managed in her absence, Jeanie rejoined the rest of the party, who were surveying the interior of the house, all excepting David Deans and Butler, who had gone down to the church to meet the kirk session and the clergyman of the presbytery, and arrange matters for the duty of the day. In the interior of the cottage all was clean, neat, and suitable to the exterior. It had been originally built and furnished by the Duke as a retreat for a favourite domestic of the higher class, who did not long enjoy it, and had been dead only a few months, so that everything was in excellent taste and good order. But in Jeanie's bedroom was a neat trunk, which had greatly excited Mrs. Dutton's curiosity, for she was sure that the direction for Mrs. Jean Deans at Auchengower, parish of Knockturlity, was the writing of Mrs. Semple, the Duchess's own woman. May Hetley produced the key in a sealed parcel, which bore the same address, and attached to the key was a label intimating that the trunk and its contents were a token of remembrance to Jeanie Deans from her friends the Duchess of Argyle and the young ladies. The trunk, hastily opened, as the reader will not doubt, was found to be full of wearing apparel of the best quality, suited to Jeanie's rank in life, and to most of the articles the names of the particular donors were attached, as if to make Jeanie sensible, not only of the general, but of the individual interest she had excited in the noble family. To name the various articles by their appropriate names would be to attempt things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme, besides that the old-fashioned terms of manteaus, sacks, kissing strings, and so forth, would convey but little information even to the milliners of the present day. I shall deposit, however, an accurate inventory of the contents of the trunk with my kind friend, Mrs. Martha Buskbody, who has promised, should the public curiosity seem interested in the subject, to supply me with a professional glossary and commentary. Suffice it to say that the gift was such as became the donors, and was suited to the situation of the receiver, that everything was handsome and appropriate, and nothing forgotten which belonged to the wardrobe of a young person in Jeanie's situation in life, the destined bride of a respectable clergyman. Article after article was displayed, commented upon, and admired, to the wonder of May, who declared she didna think the Queen had more or better clothes, and somewhat to the envy of the northern cowslip. This unamiable, but not very unnatural disposition of mind broke forth in sundry unfounded criticisms to the disparagement of the articles as they were severally exhibited, but it assumed a more direct character when at the bottom of all was found a dress of white silk, very plainly made, but still of white silk, and French silk to boot, with a paper pinned to it, bearing that it was a present from the Duke of Argyle to his travelling companion, to be worn on the day when she should change her name. Mrs. Dutton could forbear no longer, but whispered into Mr. Archibald's ear that it was a clever thing to be a Scotchwoman. She supposed all her sisters, and she had half a dozen, might have been hanged without any one sending her a present of a pocket handkerchief. "Or without your making any exertion to save them, Mrs. Dolly," answered Archibald dryly. "But I am surprised we do not hear the bell yet," said he, looking at his watch. "Fat to davil, Mr. Archibald," answered the captain of Knockdunder. "Would ye have them ring the bell before I am ready to gang to kirk? I would gar the bedral eat the bell rope, if he took any sic freedom. But if ye want to hear the bell, I will just show myself on the Knowhead, and it will begin jowing forthwith." Accordingly, so soon as they sallied out, and that the gold-laced hat of the captain was seen rising like Hesper above the dewy verge of the rising ground, the clash, for it was rather a clash than a clang, of the bell was heard from the old moss-grown tower, and the clapper continued to thump its cracked sides all the while they advanced towards the kirk, Duncan exhorting them to take their own time, for till any sport would be till he came. Accordingly, the bell only changed to the final and impatient chime when they crossed the stile, and rang in, that is, concluded its mistuned summons, when they had entered the Duke's seat in the little kirk, where the whole party arranged themselves, with Duncan at their head, excepting David Deans, who already occupied a seat among the elders. The business of the day, with a particular detail of which it is unnecessary to trouble the reader, was gone through according to the established form, and the sermon pronounced upon the occasion had the good fortune to please even the critical David Deans, though it was only an hour and a quarter long, which David termed a short allowance of spiritual provender. The preacher, who was a divine that held many of David's opinions, privately apologized for his brevity by saying, that he observed the captain was gaunting grievously, and that if he had detained him longer, there was no knowing how long he might be in paying the next term's victual stipend. David groaned to find that such carnal motives could have influence upon the mind of a powerful preacher. He had indeed been scandalized by another circumstance during the service. So soon as the congregation were seated after prayers, and the clergyman had read his text, the gracious Duncan, after rummaging the leathern purse which hung in front of his petticoat, produced a short tobacco pipe made of iron, and observed almost aloud, "I have forgotten my spluchen. Lacken, gang up to the clacken, and bring me up a pennyworth of twist." 6 arms, the nearest within reach, presented with an obedient start as many tobacco pouches to the man of office. He made choice of one with an nod of acknowledgment, filled his pipe, lighted it with the assistance of his pistol flint, and smoked with infinite composure during the whole time of the sermon. When the discourse was finished, he knocked the ashes out of his pipe, replaced it in his sporran, returned the tobacco pouch or spluchen to its owner, and joined in the prayer with decency and attention. At the end of the service, when Butler had been admitted minister of the Kirk of Knockturlity, with all its spiritual immunities and privileges, David, who had frowned, groaned, and murmured at Knockdunder's irreverent demeanour, communicated his plain thoughts of the matter to Isaac Micklehose, one of the elders, with whom a reverential aspect and huge grizzle wig had especially disposed him to seek fraternization. It didna become a wild Indian, David said, much less a Christian and a gentleman, to sit in the kirk puffing tobacco reek as if he were in a change house. Micklehose shook his head, and allowed it was far from beseeming. But what will ye say? The captain's a queer hand, and to speak to him about that or anything else that crosses the maggot would be to set the kiln alow. He keeps a high hand over the country, and we couldna deal with the Highland men without his protection, since all the keys of the country hings at his belt, and he's no an ill body in the main, and maistry ye can ma's the meadows down. "That may be very true, neighbour," said David, "but Reuben Butler isna the man I take him to be, if he disna learn the captain to fuff his pipe some other gate than in God's house, or the quarter be over." "Fair and softly gangs far," said Micklehose, "and if a fool may give a wise man a counsel, I would have him think twice or he mells with Knockdunder. He would hang a lang shanket spoon that would sup kale with the devil. But they are all away to their dinner to the change house, and if we dinna mend our pace, we'll come short at meal time." David accompanied his friend without answer, but began to feel from experience that the glen of Knockturlity, like the rest of the world, was haunted by its own special subjects of regret and discontent. His mind was so much occupied by considering the best means of converting Duncan of Knock to a sense of reverend decency during public worship, that he altogether forgot to inquire whether Butler was called upon to subscribe the oaths to government. Some have insinuated that his neglect on this head was in some degree intentional, but I think this explanation inconsistent with the simplicity of my friend David's character. Neither have I ever been able, by the most minute inquiries, to know whether the formula at which he so much scrupled had been exacted from Butler, aye or no. The books of the Kirk Session might have thrown some light on this matter, but unfortunately they were destroyed in the year 1746 by one Donnacha Dhu na Dunna, at the instance, it was said, or at least by the connivance of the gracious Duncan of Knock, who had a desire to obliterate the recorded foibles of a certain Kate Finlayson. End of chapter 21st. Chapter 22nd of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Now Bud and Ben the change house fills with Yale Cop commentators. Here's crying out for bakes and gills, and there's the pint stoop clatters, with thick and thrang and loud and lang, with logic and with scripture, they raise a din that in the end is like to breed a rupture, a wrath that day. Burns. A plentiful entertainment at the Duke of Argyle's cost regaled the reverend gentleman who had assisted at the ordination of Reuben Butler, and almost all the respectable part of the parish. The feast was indeed such as the country itself furnished, for plenty of all the requisites for a rough and round dinner were always at Duncan of Knock's command. There was the beef and mutton on the braise, the fresh and saltwater fish in the lochs, the brooks and firth, game of every kind, from the deer to the leveret, were to be had for the killing in the Duke's forests, moors, heaths, and mosses, and for liquor home-brewed ale flowed as freely as water. Brandy and usquebaugh both were had in those happy times without duty. Even white wine and claret were got for nothing, since the Duke's extensive rights of admiralty gave him a title to all the wine in cask which is drifted ashore on the western coast and isles of Scotland, when shipping have suffered by severe weather. In short, as Duncan boasted, the entertainment did not cost Mac Cullimore a plack out of his sporran, and was nevertheless not only liberal but overflowing. The Duke's health was solemnized in a bona fide bumper, and David Deans himself added perhaps the first huzza that his lungs had ever uttered, to swell the shout with which the pledge was received. Nay, so exalted in heart was he upon this memorable occasion, and so much disposed to be indulgent, that when he expressed no dissatisfaction when 3 bagpipers struck up "The Campbells are coming," the health of the Reverend Minister of Knockturlity was received with similar honours, and there was a roar of laughter when one of his brethren slyly subjoined the addition of "a good wife to our brother to keep the man's in order." On this occasion David Deans was delivered of his first-born joke, and apparently the parturition was accompanied with many throes, for sorely did he twist about his physiognomy, and much did he stumble in his speech before he could express his idea, that the lad being now wedded to his spiritual bride, it was hard to threaten him with any temporal spouse in the same day. He then laughed a hoarse and brief laugh, and was suddenly grave and silent, as if abashed at his own vivacious effort. After another toast or two, Jeanie, Mrs. Dolly, and such of the female natives as had honoured the feast with their presence, retired to David's new dwelling at Auchengower, and left the gentlemen to their potations. The feast proceeded with great glee. The conversation, where Duncan had it under his direction, was not indeed always strictly canonical, but David Deans escaped any risk of being scandalized by engaging with one of his neighbours in a recapitulation of the sufferings of Ayrshire and Lanarkshire during what was called the invasion of the Highland host. The prudent Mr. Micklehose cautioned them from time to time to lower their voices, for that Duncan Knock's father had been at that onslaught, and brought back muckle good plenishing, and that Duncan was no unlikely to have been there himself for what he kenned. Meanwhile, as the mirth grew fast and furious, the graver members of the party began to escape as well as they could. David Deans accomplished his retreat, and Butler anxiously watched an opportunity to follow him. Knockdunder, however, desirous, he said, of knowing what stuff was in the new minister, had no intention to part with him so easily, but kept him pinned to his side, watching him sedulously, and with obliging violence filling his glass to the brim, as often as he could seize an opportunity of doing so. At length, as the evening was wearing late, a venerable brother chanced to ask Mr. Archibald when they might hope to see the Duke, tam carum caput, as he would venture to term him, at the lodge of Roseneth. Duncan of Knock, whose ideas were somewhat conglomerated, and who, it may be believed, was no great scholar, catching up some imperfect sound of the words, conceived the speaker was drawing a parallel between the Duke and Sir Donald Gorm of Sleat, and being of opinion that such comparison was odious, snorted thrice, and prepared himself to be in a passion. To the explanation of the venerable divine, the captain answered, "I heard the word Gorm myself, sir, with my own ears. Do you think I do not know Gaelic from Latin?" "Apparently not, sir." So the clergyman, offended in his turn, and taking a pinch of snuff, answered with great coolness. The copper nose of the gracious Duncan now became heated like the bull of Phalaris, and while Mr. Archibald mediated betwixt the offended parties, and the attention of the company was engaged by their dispute, Butler took an opportunity to effect his retreat. He found the females at Auchengower very anxious for the breaking up of the convivial party, for it was a part of the arrangement that although David Deans was to remain at Auchengower, and Butler was that night to take possession of the manse, yet Jeanie, for whom complete accommodations were not yet provided in her father's house, was to return for a day or two to the lodge at Roseneth, and the boats had been held in readiness accordingly. They waited, therefore, for Knockdunder's return, but twilight came, and they still waited in vain. At length Mr. Archibald, who was a man of decorum, had taken care not to exceed in his conviviality, made his appearance, and advised the females strongly to return to the island under his escort, observing that, from the humour in which he had left the captain, it was a great chance whether he budged out of the public house that night, and it was absolutely certain that he would not be very fit company for ladies. The gig was at their disposal, he said, and there was still pleasant twilight for a party on the water. Jeanie, who had considerable confidence in Archibald's prudence, immediately acquiesced in this proposal, but Mrs. Dolly positively objected to the small boat. If the big boat could be gotten, she agreed to set out; otherwise she would sleep on the floor rather than stir a step. Reasoning with Dolly was out of the question, and Archibald did not think the difficulty so pressing as to require compulsion. He observed it was not using the captain very politely to deprive him of his coach and six. But as it was in the lady's service, he gallantly said he would use so much freedom. Besides, the gig would serve the captain's purpose better, as it would come off at any hour of the tide. The large boat should therefore be at Mrs. Dolly's service. They walked to the beach accordingly, accompanied by Butler. It was some time before the boatmen could be assembled, and ere they were well embarked, and ready to depart, the pale moon was come over the hill, and flinging a trembling reflection on the broad and glittering waves. But so soft and pleasant was the night, that Butler, in bidding farewell to Jeanie, had no apprehension for her safety. And what is yet more extraordinary, Mrs. Dolly felt no alarm for her own. The air was soft, and came over the cooling wave with something of summer fragrance. The beautiful scene of headlands and capes and bays around them, with the broad blue chain of mountains, were dimly visible in the moonlight, while every dash of the oars made the waters glance and sparkle with the brilliant phenomenon called the sea fire. This last circumstance filled Jeanie with wonder, and served to amuse the mind of her companion, until they approached the little bay, which seemed to stretch its dark and wooded arms into the sea as if to welcome them. The usual landing place was at 1/4 of a mile's distance from the lodge, and although the tide did not admit of the large boat coming quite close to the jetty of loose stones which served as a pier, Jeanie, who was both bold and active, easily sprung ashore, but Mrs. Dolly positively refusing to commit herself to the same risk, the complacent Mr. Archibald ordered the boat round to a more regular landing place at a considerable distance along the shore. He then prepared to land himself, that he might in the meanwhile accompany Jeanie to the lodge. But as there was no mistaking the woodland lane which led from thence to the shore, and as the moonlight showed her one of the white chimneys rising out of the wood which embosomed the building, Jeanie declined this favour with thanks, and requested him to proceed with Mrs. Dolly, who, being in a country where the ways were so strange to her, had more need of countenance. This indeed was a fortunate circumstance, and might even be said to save poor Cowslip's life, if it was true, as she herself used solemnly to aver, that she must positively have expired for fear if she had been left alone in the boat with 6 wild Highlanders in kilts. The night was so exquisitely beautiful that Jeanie, instead of immediately directing her course towards the lodge, stood looking after the boat as it again put off from the side, and rowed into the little bay, the dark figures of her companions growing less and less distinct as they diminished in the distance, and the jorum or melancholy boat song of the rowers coming on the ear with softened and sweeter sound, until the boat rounded the headland and was lost to her observation. Still Jeanie remained in the same posture, looking out upon the sea. It would, she was aware, be some time ere her companions could reach the lodge, as the distance by the more convenient landing place was considerably greater than from the point where she stood, and she was not sorry to have an opportunity to spend the interval by herself. The wonderful change which a few weeks had wrought in her situation, from shame and grief, and almost despair, to honour, joy, and a fair prospect of future happiness, passed before her eyes with a sensation which brought the tears into them. Yet they flowed at the same time from another source. As human happiness is never perfect, and as well-constructed minds are never more sensible of the distresses of those whom they love, than when their own situation forms a contrast with them, Jeanie's affectionate regrets turned to the fate of her poor sister, the child of so many hopes, the fondled nursling of so many years, now an exile, and what was worse, dependent on the will of a man, of whose habits she had every reason to entertain the worst opinion, and who, even in his strongest paroxysms of remorse, had appeared too much a stranger to the feelings of real penitence. While her thoughts were occupied with these melancholy reflections, a shadowy figure seemed to detach itself from the copsewood on her right hand. Jeanie started, and the stories of apparitions and wraiths, seen by solitary travellers in wild situations, at such times, and in such an hour, suddenly came full upon her imagination. The figure glided on, and as it came betwixt her and the moon, she was aware that it had the appearance of a woman. A soft voice twice repeated, "Jeanie, Jeanie!" Was it indeed? Could it be the voice of her sister? Was she still among the living, or had the grave given its tenant? Ere she could state these questions to her own mind, Effie, alive and in the body, had clasped her in her arms, and was straining her to her bosom, and devouring her with kisses. "I have wandered here," she said, "like a ghost, to see you, and no wonder you take me for one. I thought but to see you gang by, or to hear the sound of your voice, but to speak to yourself again, Jeanie, was more than I deserved, and more than I durst pray for. Oh, Effie, how came ye here alone, and at this hour, and on the wild sea beach? Are you sure it's your own living self?" There was something of Effie's former humour in her practically answering the question by a gentle pinch, more beseeming the fingers of a fairy than of a ghost. And again the sisters embraced, and laughed, and wept by turns. "But ye maun gang up with me to the lodge, Effie," said Jeanie, "and tell me all your story. I have good folk there that will make ye welcome for my sake." "No, no, Jeanie," replied her sister sorrowfully. "Ye have forgotten what I am, a banished, outlawed creature, scarce escaped the gallows by your being the boldest and the best sister that ever lived. I'll go near none of your grand friends, even if there was no danger to me." "There is no danger, there shall be no danger," said Jeanie eagerly. "Oh, Effie, dinna be wilful, be guided for once. We will be so happy all thegither. I have all the happiness I deserve on this side of the grave, now that I have seen you," answered Effie. "And whether there were danger to myself or no, nobody shall ever say that I come with my cheat the gallows face to shame my sister among her grand friends." "I have no grand friends," said Jeanie, "no friends but what are friends of yours, Reuben Butler and my father. Oh, unhappy lassie, dinna be dour and turn your back on your happiness again. We winna see another acquaintance. Come home to us, your own dearest friends. It's better sheltering under an old hedge than under a new planted wood." "It's in vain speaking, Jeanie. I maun drink as I have brewed. I am married, and I maun follow my husband for better or worse." "Married, Effie!" exclaimed Jeanie, "misfortunate creature, and to that awful—" "Hush, hush!" said Effie, clapping one hand on her mouth, and pointing to the thicket with the other. "He is yonder. She said this in a tone which showed that her husband had found means to inspire her with awe as well as affection. At this moment a man issued from the wood. It was young Staunton. Even by the imperfect light of the moon, Jeanie could observe that he was handsomely dressed, and had the air of a person of rank. "Effie," he said, "our time is well nigh spent. The skiff will be aground in the creek, and I dare not stay longer. I hope your sister will allow me to salute her." But Jeanie shrunk back from him with a feeling of internal abhorrence. "Well," he said, "it does not much signify. If you keep up the feeling of ill will, at least you do not act upon it. And I thank you for your respect to my secret, when a word, which in your place I would have spoken at once, would have cost me my life. People say you should keep from the wife of your bosom the secret that concerns your neck. My wife and her sister both know mine, and I shall not sleep a wink the less sound." "But are you really married to my sister, sir?" asked Jeanie, in great doubt and anxiety, for the haughty, careless tone in which he spoke seemed to justify her worst apprehensions. "I really am legally married, and by my own name," replied Staunton, more gravely. "And your father and your friends?" "And my father and my friends must just reconcile themselves to that which is done and cannot be undone," replied Staunton. "However, it is my intention, in order to break off dangerous connections, and to let my friends come to their temper, to conceal my marriage for the present, and stay abroad for some years, so that you will not hear of us for some time, if ever you hear of us again at all. It would be dangerous, you must be aware, to keep up the correspondence, for all would guess that the husband of Effie was what shall I call myself, the slayer of Porteus." "Hard-hearted light man," thought Jeanie, "to what a character she has entrusted her happiness. She has sown the wind, and maun reap the whirlwind." "Dinna think ill of him," said Effie, breaking away from her husband, and leading Jeanie a step or two out of hearing. "Dinna think very ill of him. He's good to me, Jeanie, as good as I deserve, and he is determined to give up his bad courses. So, after all, dinna greet for Effie. She is better off than she has wrought for. But you, oh you can be happy enough. Never till ye get to heaven, where a body is as good as yourself. Jeanie, if I live and thrive, ye shall hear of me. If not, just forget that sic a creature ever lived to vex ye. Fare ye well. Fare ye well." She tore herself from her sister's arms, rejoined her husband. They plunged into the copsewood, and she saw them no more. The whole scene had the effect of a vision, and she could almost have believed it such, but that very soon after they quitted her she heard the sound of oars, and a skiff was seen on the firth, pulling swiftly towards the small smuggling sloop which lay in the offing. It was on board of such a vessel that Effie had embarked at Portobello, and Jeanie had no doubt that the same conveyance was destined, as Staunton had hinted, to transport them to a foreign country. Although it was impossible to determine whether this interview, while it was passing, gave more pain or pleasure to Jeanie Deans, yet the ultimate impression which remained on her mind was decidedly favourable. Effie was married, made, according to the common phrase, an honest woman. That was one main point. It seemed also as if her husband were about to abandon the path of gross vice in which he had run so long and so desperately. that was another. For his final and effectual conversion he did not want understanding, and God knew his own hour. Such were the thoughts with which Jeanie endeavoured to console her anxiety respecting her sister's future fortune. On her arrival at the lodge, she found Archibald in some anxiety at her stay, and about to walk out in quest of her. A headache served as an apology for retiring to rest, in order to conceal her visible agitation of mind from her companions. By this cessation also she escaped a scene of a different sort; for, as if there were danger in all gigs, whether by sea or land, that of Knockdunder had been run down by another boat, an accident owing chiefly to the drunkenness of the captain, his crew, and passengers. Knockdunder and 2 or 3 guests, whom he was bringing along with him to finish the conviviality of the evening at the lodge, got a sound dunking; but being rescued by the crew of the boat which endangered them, there was no ultimate loss, excepting that of the captain's laced hat, which greatly to the satisfaction of the Highland part of the district, as well as to the improvement of the conformity of his own personal appearance, he replaced by a smart Highland bonnet next day. Many were the vehement threats of vengeance which, on the succeeding morning, the gracious Duncan threw out against the boat which had upset him; but as neither she nor the small smuggling vessel to which she belonged was any longer to be seen in the Firth, he was compelled to sit down with the affront. This was the more hard, he said, as he was assured the mischief was done on purpose, those scoundrels having lurked about after they had landed every drop of brandy and every bag of tea they had on board, and he understood the coxswain had been on shore, making particular inquiries concerning the time when his boat was to cross over and to return, and so forth. "Put the next time they meet me on the Firth," said Duncan, with great majesty, "I will teach the moonlight rapscallions and vagabonds to keep their own side of the road, and pay tamd to them." Chapter 22nd. Chapter 23rd of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lord, who would live turmoiled in a court, and may enjoy such quiet walks as these? Shakespeare. Within a reasonable time after Butler was safely and comfortably settled in his living, and Jeanie had taken up her abode at Auchengower with her father, the precise extent of which interval we request each reader to settle according to his own sense of what is decent and proper upon the occasion, and after due proclamation of bonds and all other formalities, the long wooing of this worthy pair was ended by their union in the holy bands of matrimony. On this occasion David Deans stoutly withstood the iniquities of pipes, fiddles, and promiscuous dancing, to the great wrath of the captain of Knockdunder, who said, if he had guessed it was to be sic a tammed Quakers' meeting, he would have seen them payant the cairn before he would have darkened their doors. And so much rancour remained on the spirits of the gracious Duncan upon this occasion, that various pickwearings, as David called them, took place upon the same and similar topics, and it was only in consequence of an accidental visit of the Duke to his lodge at Roseneth that they were put a stop to. But upon that occasion his Grace showed such particular respect to Mr. and Mrs. Butler, and such favour even to old David, that Knockdunder held it prudent to change his course towards the latter. He in future used to express himself among friends concerning the minister and his wife as very worthy decent folk, just a little over strict in their notions. Put it was passed for the plack cattle to err on the safe side. And respecting David, he allowed that he was an excellent judge of nowt and sheep, and a sensible enough carle, and it werena for his tammed Cameronian nonsense, whilk it is not worth while of a gentleman to knock out of an old silly head, either by force of reason or otherwise. So that by avoiding topics of dispute, the personages of our tale lived in great good habits with the gracious Duncan, only that he still grieved David's soul, and set a perilous example to the congregation by sometimes bringing his pipe to the church during a cold winter day, and almost always sleeping during sermon in the summer time. Mrs. Butler, whom we must no longer, if we can help it, term by the familiar name of Jeanie, brought into the married state the same firm mind and affectionate disposition, the same natural and homely good sense, and spirit of useful exertion, in a word, all the domestic good qualities of which she had given proof during her maiden life. She did not indeed rival Butler in learning, but then no woman more devoutly venerated the extent of her husband's erudition. She did not pretend to understand his expositions of divinity, but no minister of the presbytery had his humble dinner so well arranged, his clothes and linen in equal good order, his fireside so neatly swept, his parlour so clean, and his books so well dusted. If he talked to Jeanie of what she did not understand, and for the man was mortal and had been a schoolmaster, he sometimes did harangue more scholarly and wisely than was necessary. She listened in placid silence, and whenever the point referred to common life, and was such as came under the grasp of a strong natural understanding, her views were more forcible, and her observations more acute than his own. In acquired politeness of manners, when it happened that she mingled a little in society, Mrs. Butler was, of course, judged deficient; but then she had that obvious wish to oblige, and that real and natural good breeding, depending on good sense and good humour, which, joined to a considerable degree of archness and liveliness of manner, rendered her behaviour acceptable to all with whom she was called upon to associate. Notwithstanding her strict attention to all domestic affairs, she always appeared the clean, well-dressed mistress of the house, never the sordid household drudge. When complimented on this occasion by Duncan Knock, who swore that he thought the fairies must help her, since her house was always clean, and nobody ever saw anybody sweeping it, she modestly replied, that much might be done by timing one's turns. Duncan replied, he heartily wished she would teach that art to the hussies at the lodge, for he could never discover that the house was washed at all, except now and then by breaking his shins over the pail. Cut tam the jods! Of lesser matters there is not occasion to speak much. It may easily be believed that the Duke's cheese was carefully made, and so graciously accepted that the offering became annual. Remembrances and acknowledgments of past favours were sent to Mrs. Bickerton and Mrs. Glass, and an amicable intercourse maintained from time to time with these two respectable and benevolent persons. It is especially necessary to mention that in the course of 5 years, Mrs. Butler had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, all stout, healthy babes of grace, fair-haired, blue-eyed, and strong-limbed. The boys were named David and Reuben, an order of nomenclature which was much to the satisfaction of the old hero of the covenant, and the girl, by her mother's special desire, was christened Euphemia, rather contrary to the wish both of her father and husband, who nevertheless loved Mrs. Butler too well, and were too much indebted to her for their hours of happiness, to withstand any request which she made with earnestness, and as a gratification to herself. But from some feeling, I know not of what kind, the child was never distinguished by the name of Effie, but by the abbreviation of Phemy, which in Scotland is equally commonly applied to persons called Euphemia. In this state of quiet and unostentatious enjoyment, there were, besides the ordinary rubs and ruffles which disturb even the most uniform life, 2 things which particularly checkered Mrs. Butler's happiness. Without these, she said to our informer, her life would have been but too happy. And perhaps, she added, she had need of some crosses in this world to remind her that there was a better to come behind it. The first of these related to certain polemical skirmishes betwixt her father and her husband, which, notwithstanding the mutual respect and affection they entertained for each other, and their great love for her, notwithstanding also their general agreement in strictness and even severity of Presbyterian principle, often threatened unpleasant weather between them. David Deans, as our readers must be aware, was sufficiently opinionative and intractable, and having prevailed on himself to become a member of a kirk session under the established church, he felt doubly obliged to evince that, in so doing, he had not compromised any whit of his former professions, either in practice or principle. Now, Mr. Butler, doing all credit to his father-in-law's motives, was frequently of opinion that it were better to drop out of memory points of division and separation, and to act in the manner most likely to attract and unite all parties who were serious in religion. Moreover, he was not pleased, as a man and a scholar, to be always dictated to by his unlettered father-in-law, and as a clergyman he did not think it fit to seem forever under the thumb of an elder of his own kirk session. A proud but honest thought carried his opposition now and then a little farther than it would otherwise have gone. "My brethren," he said, "will suppose I am flattering and conciliating the old man for the sake of his succession, if I defer and give way to him on every occasion, and besides, there are many on which I neither can nor will conscientiously yield to his notions. I cannot be persecuting old women for witches, or ferreting out matter of scandal among the young ones, which might otherwise have remained concealed." From this difference of opinion, it happened that, in many cases of nicety, such as in owning certain defections and failing to testify against certain backslidings of the time, in not always severely tracing forth little matters of scandal and fama clamosa, which David called a loosening of the reins of discipline, and in failing to demand clear testimonies in other points of controversy which had, as it were, drifted to leeward with the change of times, Butler incurred the censure of his father-in-law, and sometimes the disputes betwixt them became eager and almost unfriendly. In all such cases, Mrs. Butler was a mediating spirit, who endeavoured, by the alkaline smoothness of her own disposition, to neutralize the acidity of theological controversy. To the complaints of both she lent an unprejudiced and attentive ear, and sought always rather to excuse than absolutely to defend the other party. She reminded her father that Butler had not his experience of the old and wrestling times, when folk were gifted with a far look into eternity, to make up for the oppressions whilk they suffered here below in time. She freely allowed that many devout ministers and professors in times past had enjoyed downright revelation, like the blessed Peden, and Lundy, and Cameron, and Renwick, and John Caird the tinkler, who entered into the secrets, and Elizabeth Melville, Lady Culross, who prayed in her bed, surrounded by a great many Christians in a large room, in whilk it was placed on purpose, and that for 3 hours' time, with wonderful assistance. And Lady Robertland, whilk got 6 sure outgates of grace, and many other in times past, and of a specially Mr. John Scrimgour, minister of Kinghorn, who, having a beloved child sick to death of the cruels, was free to expostulate with his Maker with such impatience of displeasure, and complaining so bitterly, that at length it was said unto him, that he was heard for this time, but that he was requested to use no such boldness in time coming, so that when he returned, he found the child sitting up in the bed, hale and fair, with all its wounds closed, and supping its parritch, whilk babe he had left at the time of death. But though these things might be true, in these needful times, she contended that those ministers who had not seen such vouchsafed and especial mercies were to seek their rule in the records of ancient times, and therefore Reuben was careful both to search the Scriptures and the books written by wise and good men of old, and sometimes in this way it would happen that twa precious saints might put sundry wise, like twa cows riving at the same hayband. To this David used to reply with a sigh, "Ah, hinny, thou canst little ow't, but that same John Scrimgour that blew open the gates of heaven, as an it had been with a saxpond cannonball, used devoutly to wish that most part of books were burnt, except the Bible. Reuben's a good lad and a kind, I have aye allowed that, but as to his not allowing inquiry anent the scandal of Marjorie Kittlesides and Rory McRand, under pretence that they have southered sin with marriage, it's clear again the Christian discipline of the kirk. And then there's Ailey McClure of Deepho, that practices her abominations, spacing folks' fortunes with eggshells, and mutton banes, and dreams and divinations, whilk is a scandal to any Christian land to suffer sic a wretch to live, and I'll uphold that in all judicatures, civil or ecclesiastical." "I dare say ye are very right, father," was the general style of Jeanie's answer, "but ye maun come down to the manse to your dinner the day. The bits of bairns, poor things, are wearying to see their lucky dad, and Reuben never sleeps well, nor I neither, when you and he have had any bit outcast." "No outcast, Jeanie. God forbid I should cast out with thee, or aught that is dear to thee." And he put on his Sunday's coat, and came to the manse accordingly. With her husband, Mrs. Butler had a more direct conciliatory process. Reuben had the utmost respect for the old man's motives, and affection for his person, as well as gratitude for his early friendship, so that upon any such occasion of accidental irritation, it was only necessary to remind him with delicacy of his father-in-law's age, of his scanty education, strong prejudices, and family distresses. The least of these considerations always inclined Butler to measures of conciliation, in so far as he could accede to them without compromising principle. And thus our simple and unpretending heroine had the merit of those peacemakers to whom it is pronounced as a benediction that they shall inherit the earth. The second crook in Mrs. Butler's lot, to use the language of her father, was the distressing circumstance that she had never heard of her sister's safety, or of the circumstances in which she found herself, though betwixt 4 and 5 years had elapsed since they had parted on the beach of the island of Rosaneth. Frequent intercourse was not to be expected, not to be desired, perhaps, in their relative situations, but Effie had promised that if she lived and prospered, her sister should hear from her. She must then be no more, or sunk into some abyss of misery, since she had never redeemed her pledge. Her silence seemed strange and portentous, and wrung from Jeanie, who could never forget the early years of their intimacy, the most painful anticipation concerning her fate. At length, however, the veil was drawn aside. One day, as the captain of Knockdunder had called in at the manse on his return from some business in the Highland part of the parish, and had been accommodated, according to his special request, with a mixture of milk, brandy, honey, and water, which he said Mrs. Butler compounded potter than ever a woman in Scotland, for in all innocent matters she studied the taste of every one around her. He said to Butler, "Pie the pie, minister, I have a letter here either for your canny potty of a wife or you, which I got when I was last at Glasgow. The postage comes to 4d, which you may either pay me forthwith, or give me tubal or quits in a hit at backgammon." The playing at backgammon and draughts had been a frequent amusement of Mr. Whackbairn, Butler's principal, when at Liberton School. The minister, therefore, still piqued himself on his skill at both games, and occasionally practised them as strictly canonical, although David Deans, whose notions of every kind were more rigorous, used to shake his head and groan grievously when he espied the tables lying in the parlour, or the children playing with the dice-boxes or backgammon men. Indeed, Mrs. Butler was sometimes chidden for removing these implements of pastime into some closet or corner out of sight. "Let them be where they are, Jeanie," would Butler say upon such occasions. "I am not conscious of following this or any other trifling relaxation to the interruption of my more serious studies and still more serious duties. I will not, therefore, have it supposed that I am indulging by stealth and against my conscience in an amusement which, using it so little as I do, I may well practise openly and without any check of mind. Nil consere sibi. Jeanie, that is my motto, which signifies, my love, the honest and open confidence which a man ought to entertain when he is acting openly and without any sense of doing wrong." Such being Butler's humour, he accepted the captain's defiance to a twopenny hit at backgammon, and handed the letter to his wife, observing the postmark was York, but if it came from her friend Mrs. Bickerton, she had considerably improved her handwriting, which was uncommon at her years. Leaving the gentlemen to their game, Mrs. Butler went to order something for supper, for Captain Duncan had proposed kindly to stay the night with them, and then carelessly broke open her letter. It was not from Mrs. Bickerton, and after glancing over the first few lines, she soon found it necessary to retire to her own bedroom to read the document at leisure. End of chapter 23rd. Chapter 24th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Happy thou art, then happy be, nor envy me my lot. Thy happy state I envy thee, and peaceful cot. Lady Charlotte Campbell. The letter which Mrs. Butler, when retired into her own apartment, perused with anxious wonder, was certainly from Effie, although it had no other signature than the letter E, and although the orthography, style, and penmanship were very far superior not only to anything which Effie could produce, who, though a lively girl, had been a remarkably careless scholar, but even to her more considerate sister's own powers of composition and expression. The manuscript was a fair Italian hand, although something stiff and constrained. The spelling and the diction that of a person who had been accustomed to read good composition and mix in good society. The tenor of the letter was as follows: My dearest sister, at many risks I venture to write to you to inform you that I am still alive, and as to worldly situation, that I rank higher than I could expect or merit. If wealth and distinction and an honourable rank could make a woman happy, I have them all. But you, Jeanie, whom the world might think placed far beneath me in all these respects, are far happier than I am. I have had means of hearing of your welfare, my dearest Jeanie, from time to time. I think I should have broken my heart otherwise. I have learned with great pleasure of your increasing family. We have not been worthy of such a blessing. 2 infants have been successively removed, and we are now childless. God's will be done. But if we had a child, it would perhaps divert him from the gloomy thoughts which make him terrible to himself and others. Yet do not let me frighten you, Jeanie. He continues to be kind, and I am far better off than I deserve. You will wonder at my better scholarship. But when I was abroad, I had the best teachers, and I worked hard, because my progress pleased him. He is kind, Jeanie, only he has much to distress him, especially when he looks backward. When I look backward myself, I always have a ray of comfort. It is in the generous conduct of a sister who forsook me not when I was forsaken by every one. You have had your reward. You live happy in the esteem and love of all who know you, and I drag on the life of a miserable impostor, indebted for the marks of regard I receive to a tissue of deceit and lies, which the slightest accident may unravel. He has produced me to his friends since the estate opened to him as a daughter of a Scotchman of rank, banished on account of the Viscount of Dundee's wars, that is, our father's old friend Clavers, you know, and he says I was educated in a Scotch convent. Indeed, I lived in such a place long enough to enable me to support the character. But when a countryman approaches me, and begins to talk, as they all do, of the various families engaged in Dundee's affair, and to make inquiries into my connections, and when I see his eye bent on mine with such an expression of agony, my terror brings me to the very risk of detection. Good nature and politeness have hitherto saved me, as they prevented people from pressing on me with distressing questions. But how long, oh, how long will this be the case? And if I bring this disgrace on him, he will hate me, he will kill me, for as much as he loves me, he is as jealous of his family honour now, as ever he was careless about it. I have been in England 4 months, and have thought often of writing to you, and yet such are the dangers that might arise from an intercepted letter, that I have hitherto forborne. But now I am obliged to run the risk. Last week I saw your great friend, the D. of A. He came to my box and sat by me, and something in the play put him in mind of you. Gracious heaven! He told over your whole London journey to all who were in the box, but particularly to the wretched creature who was the occasion of it all. If he had known, if he could have conceived beside whom he was sitting, and to whom the story was told! I suffered with courage like an Indian at the stake, while they are rending his fibres and boring his eyes, and while he smiles applause at each well-imagined contrivance of his torturers. It was too much for me at last, Jeanie. I fainted, and my agony was imputed partly to the heat of the place, and partly to my extreme sensibility. And hypocrite all over, I encouraged both opinions, anything but discovery. Luckily he was not there, but the incident has more alarms. I am obliged to meet your great man often, and he seldom sees me without talking of E.D. and J.D. and R.B. and D.D. as persons in whom my amiable sensibility is interested. My amiable sensibility! And then the cruel tone of light indifference with which persons in the fashionable world speak together on the most affecting subjects. To hear my guilt, my folly, my agony, the foibles and weaknesses of my friends, even your heroic exertions, Jeanie, spoken of in the drolling style which is the present tone in fashionable life, scarce all that I formerly endured is equal to this state of irritation. Then it was blows and stabs, now it is pricking to death with needles and pins. He, I mean the D., goes down next month to spend the shooting season in Scotland. He says, he makes a point of always dining one day at the man's. Be on your guard, and do not betray yourself should he mention me. Yourself, alas! You have nothing to betray, nothing to fear. You, the pure, the virtuous, the heroine of unstained faith, unblemished purity. What can you have to fear from the world or its proudest minions? It is E, whose life is once more in your hands. It is E, whom you are to save from being plucked of her borrowed plumes, discovered, branded, and trodden down, first by him, perhaps, who has raised her to this dizzy pinnacle. The enclosure will reach you twice a year. Do not refuse it. It is out of my own allowance, and may be twice as much when you want it. With you it may do good. With me it never can. Write to me soon, Jeanie, or I shall remain in the agonizing apprehension that this has fallen into wrong hands. Address simply to L.S. under cover to the Reverend George Whiterose. in the Minster Close, York. He thinks I correspond with some of my noble Jacobite relations who are in Scotland. How High Church and Jacobitical zeal would burn in his cheeks if he knew he was the agent, not of Euphemia Satoun of the Honourable House of Winton, but of E.D., daughter of a Cameronian cow-feeder. Jeanie, I can laugh yet sometimes, but God protect you from such mirth. My father, I mean your father, would say it was like the idle crackling of thorns. But the thorns keep their poignancy. They remain unconsumed. Farewell, my dearest Jeanie. Do not show this even to Mr. Butler, much less to any one else. I have every respect for him, but his principles are over strict, and my case will not endure severe handling. I rest your affectionate sister, E. In this long letter there was much to surprise as well as to distress Mrs. Butler. That Effie, her sister Effie, should be mingling freely in society, and apparently on not unequal terms, with the Duke of Argyle, sounded like something so extraordinary that she even doubted if she read truly. Not was it less marvellous that in the space of 4 years her education should have made such progress. Jeanie's humility readily allowed that Effie had always, when she chose it, been smarter at her book than she herself was. But then she was very idle, and upon the whole had made much less proficiency. Love or fear or necessity, however, had proved an able school mistress, and completely supplied all her deficiencies. What Jeanie least liked in the tone of the letter was a smothered degree of egotism. We should have heard little about her, said Jeanie to herself, but that she was feared the Duke might come to learn what she was, and all about her poor friends here. But Effie, poor thing, aye looks her own way, and folk that do that think more of themselves than of their neighbours. I am no clear about keeping her siller, she added, taking up a 50-pound note which had fallen out of the paper to the floor. We have enough, and it looks unco like theft boot, or hush money, as they call it. She might have been sure that I would say nothing would harm her, for all the gold in Lunnon, and I maun tell the minister about it. I dinna see that she should be so feared for her own bonny bargain of a good man, and that I shouldna reverence Mr. Butler just as much. And so I'll even tell him, when that tippling body, the captain, has taken boat in the morning. But I wonder at my own state of mind, she added, turning back, after she had made a step or two to the door to join the gentleman. Surely I am no sic a fool as to be angry that Effie's a braw lady, while I am only a minister's wife, and yet I am as petted as a bairn, when I should bless God that he has redeemed her from shame and poverty and guilt, as over likely she might have been plunged into. Sitting down upon a stool at the foot of the bed, she folded her arms upon her bosom, saying within herself, "From this place I will not rise till I am in a better frame of mind." And so placed, by dint of tearing the veil from the motives of her little temporary spleen against her sister, she compelled herself to be ashamed of them, and to view as blessings the advantages of her sister's lot, while its embarrassments were the necessary consequences of errors long since committed. And thus she fairly vanquished the feeling of pique, which she naturally enough entertained at seeing Effie, so long the object of her care and her pity, soar suddenly so high above her in life, as to reckon amongst the chief objects of her apprehension the risk of their relationship being discovered. When this unwonted burst of amour propre was thoroughly subdued, she walked down to the little parlour where the gentlemen were finishing their game, and heard from the captain a confirmation of the news intimated in her letter, that the Duke of Argyle was shortly expected at Roseneth. He'll find plenty of moorfowls and plackcock on the moors of Auchengower, and he'll pay no doubt for taking a late dinner and a ped at the manse, as he has done before now." "He has a good right, Captain," said Jeanie. "Tell one potter to any ped in the kintra," answered the Captain, "and ye had potter tell your father, poor body, to get his beasts all in order, and put his tammed Cameronian nonsense out of his head for 2 or 3 days, if he can be so obliging; for fan I speak to him apout prute pestle, he answers me out of the Bible, whilk is not using a shentleman well, unless it be a person of your cloth, Mr. Butler." No one understood better than Jeanie the merit of the soft answer which turneth away wrath, and she only smiled, and hoped that his Grace would find everything that was under her father's care to his entire satisfaction. But the Captain, who had lost the whole postage of the letter at backgammon, was in the pouting mood not unusual to losers, and which, says the proverb, must be allowed to them. "And, Master Butler, though you know I never meddle with the things of your kirk sessions, yet I must be allowed to say that I will not be pleased to allow Ailie MacClure of Deephaugh to be punished as a witch, in respect she only spaes fortunes, and does not lame or blind or bedevil any persons, or coo cadgers cards, or any sort of mischief, but only tells people good fortunes, as anent our poets killing so many seals and dogfishes, whilk is very pleasant to hear." "The woman," said Butler, "is, I believe, no witch, but a cheat, and it is only on that head that she is summoned to the kirk session, to cause her to desist in future from practising her impostures upon ignorant persons." "I do not know," replied the gracious Duncan, "what her practices or postures are, but I believe that if the poys take hold on her to duck her in the clachan pern, it will be a very sorry practice; and I believe, moreover, that if I come in third's man among you at the kirk sessions, you will be all in a tammed bad posture indeed." Without noticing this threat, Mr. Butler replied, that he had not attended to the risk of ill usage which the poor woman might undergo at the hands of the rabble, and that he would give her the necessary admonition in private, instead of bringing her before the assembled session. This, Duncan said, was speaking like a reasonable gentleman, and so the evening passed peaceably off. Next morning, after the Captain had swallowed his morning draught of at-hole brose, and departed in his coach and six, Mrs. Butler anew deliberated upon communicating to her husband her sister's letter; but she was deterred by the recollection that in doing so she would unveil to him the whole of a dreadful secret, of which perhaps his public character might render him an unfit depositary. Butler already had reason to believe that Effie had eloped with that same Robertson who had been a leader in the Porteous mob, and who lay under sentence of death for the robbery at Kirkcaldy; but he did not know his identity with George Staunton, a man of birth and fortune, who had now apparently resumed his natural rank in society. Jeanie had respected Staunton's own confession as sacred, and upon reflection she considered the letter of her sister as equally so, and resolved to mention the contents to no one. On reperusing the letter, she could not help observing the staggering and unsatisfactory condition of those who have risen to distinction by undue paths, and the outworks and bulwarks of fiction and falsehood, by which they are under the necessity of surrounding and defending their precarious advantages. But she was not called upon, she thought, to unveil her sister's original history. It would restore no right to any one, for she was usurping none. It would only destroy her happiness, and degrade her in the public estimation. Had she been wise, Jeanie thought she would have chosen seclusion and privacy in place of public life and gaiety. But the power of choice might not be hers. The money, she thought, could not be returned without her seeming haughty and unkind. She resolved, therefore, upon reconsidering this point, to employ it as occasion should serve, either in educating her children better than her own means could compass, or for their future portion. Her sister had enough, was strongly bound to assist Jeanie by any means in her power, and the arrangement was so natural and proper that it ought not to be declined out of fastidiousness or romantic delicacy. Jeanie accordingly wrote to her sister, acknowledging her letter, and requesting to hear from her as often as she could. In entering into her own little details of news, chiefly respecting domestic affairs, she experienced a singular vacillation of ideas. For sometimes she apologized for mentioning things unworthy the notice of a lady of rank, and then recollected that everything which concerned her should be interesting to Effie. Her letter, under the cover of Mr. Whiterose, she committed to the post office at Glasgow, by the intervention of a parishioner who had business at that city. The next week brought the Duke to Roseneth, and shortly afterwards he intimated his intention of sporting in their neighbourhood, and taking his bed at the manse, an honour which he had once or twice done to its inmates on former occasions. Effie proved to be perfectly right in her anticipations. The Duke had hardly set himself down at Mrs. Butler's right hand, and taken upon himself the task of carving the excellent barn-door chuckie, which had been selected as the high dishes upon this honourable occasion, before he began to speak of Lady Staunton of Willingham in Lincolnshire, and the great noise which her wit and beauty made in London. For much of this Jeanie was in some measure prepared, but Effie's wit, that would never have entered into her imagination, being ignorant how exactly raillery in the higher rank resembles flippancy among their inferiors. She has been the ruling belle, the blazing star, the universal toast of the winter, said the Duke, and is really the most beautiful creature that was seen at court upon the birthday. The birthday, and at court! Jeanie was annihilated, remembering well her own presentation, all its extraordinary circumstances, and particularly the cause of it. "I mention this lady particularly to you, Mrs. Butler," said the Duke, "because she has something in the sound of her voice and cast of her countenance that reminded me of you, not when you look so pale, though. You have over fatigued yourself. You must pledge me in a glass of wine." She did so, and Butler observed, it was dangerous flattery in his grace to tell a poor minister's wife that she was like a court beauty. "Oh ho, Mr. Butler," said the Duke, "I find you are growing jealous, but it's rather too late in the day, for you know how long I have admired your wife. But seriously, there is betwixt them one of those inexplicable likenesses which we see in countenances that do not otherwise resemble each other." "The perilous part of the compliment has flown off," thought Mr. Butler. His wife, feeling the awkwardness of silence, forced herself to say, that perhaps the lady might be her countrywoman, and the language might have made some resemblance. "You are quite right," replied the Duke. "She is a Scotchwoman, and speaks with a Scotch accent, and now and then a provincial word drops out so prettily that it is quite Doric, Mr. Butler." "I should have thought," said the clergyman, "that would have sounded vulgar in the great city." "Not at all," replied the Duke. "You must suppose it is not the broad, coarse Scotch that is spoken in the Cowgate of Edinburgh, or in the Gorbals. This lady has been very little in Scotland. In fact, she was educated in a convent abroad, and speaks that pure court Scotch which was common in my younger days, but it is so generally disused now that it sounds like a different dialect, entirely distinct from our modern patois." Notwithstanding her anxiety, Jeanie could not help admiring within herself how the most correct judges of life and manners can be imposed on by their own preconceptions, while the Duke proceeded thus: "She is of the unfortunate house of Winton, I believe, but being bred abroad, she had missed the opportunity of learning her own pedigree, and was obliged to me for informing her that she must certainly come of the Settons of Windyghoul. I wish you could have seen how prettily she blushed at her own ignorance. Amidst her noble and elegant manners, there is now and then a little touch of bashfulness and conventual rusticity, if I may call it so, that makes her quite enchanting. You see at once the rose that had bloomed untouched amid the chaste precincts of the cloister, Mr. Butler." True to the hint, Mr. Butler failed not to start with his "At flos inceptus secretus nascitur hortus," etc., while his wife could hardly persuade herself that all this was spoken of Effie Deans, and by so competent a judge as the Duke of Argyle, and had she been acquainted with Catullus, would have thought the fortunes of her sister had reversed the whole passage. She was, however, determined to obtain some indemnification for the anxious feelings of the moment by gaining all the intelligence she could, and therefore ventured to make some inquiry about the husband of the lady his Grace admired so much. "He is very rich," replied the Duke, "of an ancient family, and has good manners, but he is far from being such a general favourite as his wife. Some people say he can be very pleasant. I never saw him so, but should rather judge him reserved and gloomy and capricious. He was very wild in his youth, they say, and has bad health. Yet he is a good looking man enough, a great friend of your Lord High Commissioner of the Kirk, Mr. Butler." "Then he is the friend of a very worthy and honourable nobleman," said Butler. "Does he admire his lady as much as other people do?" said Jeanie, in a low voice. "Who, Sir George? They say he is very fond of her," said the Duke, "but I observe she trembles a little when he fixes his eye on her, and that is no good sign. But it is strange how I am haunted by this resemblance of yours to Lady Staunton, in look and tone of voice. One would almost swear you were sisters." Jeanie's distress became uncontrollable and beyond concealment. The Duke of Argyle was much disturbed, good naturedly ascribing it to his having unwittingly recalled to her remembrance her family misfortunes. He was too well bred to attempt to apologize, but hastened to change the subject, and arrange certain points of dispute which had occurred betwixt Duncan of Knock and the minister, acknowledging that his worthy substitute was sometimes a little too obstinate, as well as too energetic, in his executive measures. Mr. Butler admitted his general merits, but said, he would presume to apply to the worthy gentleman the words of the poet to Maricinus Asinius, Manu non bella uterus in joco atque vino. The discourse being thus turned on parish business, nothing farther occurred that can interest the reader. End of chapter 24th. Chapter 25th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Upon my head they placed a fruitless crown, and put a barren sceptre in my grip, thence to be wrenched by an unlineal hand, no son of mine succeeding. Macbeth. After this period, but under the most strict precautions against discovery, the sisters corresponded occasionally, exchanging letters about twice every year. Those of Lady Staunton spoke of her husband's health and spirits as being deplorably uncertain. Her own seemed also to be sinking, and one of the topics on which she most frequently dwelt was their want of family. Sir George Staunton, always violent, had taken some aversion at the next heir, whom he suspected of having irritated his friends against him during his absence, and he declared he would bequeath Willingham and all its lands to an hospital ere that Fetch and Carry tell-tale should inherit an acre of it. Had he but a child, said the unfortunate wife, or had that luckless infant survived, it would be some motive for living and for exertion. But heaven has denied us a blessing which we have not deserved. Such complaints in varied form, but turning frequently on the same topic, filled the letters which passed from the spacious but melancholy halls of Willingham to the quiet and happy parsonage at Knockturlity. Years meanwhile rolled on amid these fruitless repinings. John, Duke of Argyle and Greenwich, died in the year 1743, universally lamented, but by none more than by the butlers, to whom his benevolence had been so distinguished. He was succeeded by his brother, Duke Archibald, with whom they had not the same intimacy, but who continued the protection which his brother had extended towards them. This indeed became more necessary than ever, for after the breaking out and suppression of the rebellion in 1745, the peace of the country adjacent to the Highlands was considerably disturbed. Marauders, or men that had been driven to that desperate mode of life, quartered themselves in the fastnesses nearest to the lowlands, which were their scene of plunder, and there is scarce a glen in the romantic and now peaceable Highlands of Perth, Stirling, and Dumbartonshire, where one or more did not take up their residence. The prime pest of the parish of Knockturlity was a certain Dunnicha du na Dunna, or Black Duncan the mischievous, whom we have already casually mentioned. This fellow had been originally a tinkler or caird, many of whom stroll about these districts, but when all police was disorganized by the Civil War, he threw up his profession, and from half thief became whole robber, and being generally at the head of 3 or 4 active young fellows, and he himself artful, bold, and well acquainted with the passes, he plied his new profession with emolument to himself and infinite plague to the country. All were convinced that Duncan of Knock could have put down his namesake Donicha any time he had a mind, for there were in the parish a set of stout young men who had joined Argyle's banner in the war under his old friend, and behaved very well on several occasions. And as for their leader, no one doubted his courage. It was generally supposed that Donnica had found out the mode of conciliating his favour, a thing not very uncommon in that age and country. This was the more readily believed, as David Deans's cattle, being the property of the Duke, were left untouched, when the minister's cows were carried off by the thieves. Another attempt was made to renew the same act of rapine, and the cattle were in the act of being driven off, when Butler, laying his profession aside in a case of such necessity, put himself at the head of some of his neighbours, and rescued the crow, an exploit at which Deans attended in person, notwithstanding his extreme old age, mounted on a Highland pony, and girded with an old broadsword, likening himself, for he failed not to arrogate the whole merit of the expedition, to David, the son of Jesse, when he recovered the spoil of Ziklag from the Amalekites. This spirited behaviour had so far a good effect, that Donnica do not Dunne kept his distance for some time to come, and though his distant exploits were frequently spoken of, he did not exercise any depredations in that part of the country. He continued to flourish, and to be heard of occasionally, until the year 1751, when, if the fear of the second David had kept him in check, fate released him from that restraint, for the venerable patriarch of St. Leonard's was that year gathered to his fathers. David Deans died full of years and of honour. He is believed, for the exact time of his birth is not known, to have lived upwards of 90 years, for he used to speak of events as falling under his own knowledge, which happened about the time of the battle of Bothwell Bridge. It was said that he even bore arms there, for once when a drunken Jacobite laird wished for a Bothwell Brig Whig, that he might stow the lugs out of his head, David informed him, with a peculiar austerity of countenance, that if he liked to try such a prank, there was one at his elbow, and it required the interference of Butler to preserve the peace. He expired in the arms of his beloved daughter, thankful for all the blessings which Providence had vouchsafed to him, while in this valley of strife and toil, and thankful also for the trials he had been visited with, having found them, he said, needful to mortify that spiritual pride and confidence in his own gifts, which was the side on which the wily enemy did most sorely beset him. He prayed in the most affecting manner for Jeanie, her husband, and her family, and that her affectionate duty to the poor old man might purchase her length of days here and happiness hereafter. Then, in a pathetic petition, too well understood by those who knew his family circumstances, he besought the shepherd of souls, while gathering his flock, not to forget the little one that had strayed from the fold, and even then might be in the hands of the ravening wolf. He prayed for the national Jerusalem, that peace might be in her land, and prosperity in her palaces, for the welfare of the honourable house of Argyle, and for the conversion of Duncan of Knockdunder. After this he was silent, being exhausted, nor did he again utter anything distinctly. He was heard, indeed, to mutter something about national defections, right-hand extremes, and left-hand failings off. But as May Hetley observed, his head was carried at the time, and it is possible that these expressions occurred to him merely out of general habit, and that he died in the full spirit of charity with all men. About an hour afterwards he slept in the Lord. Notwithstanding her father's advanced age, his death was a severe shock to Mrs. Butler. Much of her time had been dedicated to attending to his health and his wishes, and she felt as if part of her business in the world was ended when the good old man was no more. His wealth, which came nearly to £1,500 in disposable capital, served to raise the fortunes of the family at the manse. How to dispose of this sum for the best advantage of his family was a matter of anxious consideration to Butler. If we put it on heritable bond, we shall maybe lose the interest, for there's that bond over Lounspeck's land. Your father could neither get principal nor interest for it. If we bring it into the funds, we shall mayhap lose the principal and all, as many did in the South Sea scheme. The little estate of Craigster is in the market. It lies within 2 miles of the manse, and Knock says his Grace has no thought to buy it. But they ask £2,500, and they may, for it is worth the money. And were I to borrow the balance, the creditor might call it up suddenly, or in case of my death, my family might be distressed. And so, if we had more siller, we might buy that bonny pasture ground where the grass comes so early?" asked Jeanie. "Certainly, my dear, and Knockdunder, who is a good judge, is strongly advising me to it. To be sure, it is his nephew that is selling it." "Well, Reuben," said Jeanie, "ye maun just look up a text in Scripture, as ye did when ye wanted siller before. Just look up a text in the Bible." "Ah, Jeanie," said Butler, laughing and pressing her hand at the same time, "the best people in these times can only work miracles once." "We will see," said Jeanie composedly, and going to the closet in which she kept her honey, her sugar, her pots of jelly, her vials of the more ordinary medicines, and which served her, in short, as a sort of storeroom, she jangled vials and gallipots, till from out the darkest nook, well flanked by a triple row of bottles and jars, which she was under the necessity of displacing, she brought a cracked brown can with a piece of leather tied over the top. Its contents seemed to be written papers thrust in disorder into this uncommon secretaire. But from among these Jeanie brought an old clasped Bible, which had been David Deans's companion in his earlier wanderings, and which he had given to his daughter when the failure of his eyes had compelled him to use one of a larger print. This she gave to Butler, who had been looking at her motions with some surprise, and desired him to see what that book could do for him. He opened the clasps, and to his astonishment a parcel of £50 bank notes dropped out from betwixt the leaves, where they had been separately lodged, and fluttered upon the floor. "I didna think to have told you of my wealth, Reuben," said his wife, smiling at his surprise, "till on my deathbed, or maybe on some family pinch. But it would be better laid out on yon bonny grassholms, than lying useless here in this old pig." "How on earth came ye by that siller, Jeanie? Why, here is more than £1,000, said Butler, lifting up and counting the notes. "If it were 10,000, it's all honestly come by," said Jeanie, "and troth, I kenna how muckle there is of it, but it's all there that ever I got. And as for how I came by it, Reuben, it's well come by, and honestly, as I said before, and it's more folks' secret than mine, or ye would have kenned about it long since. And as for anything else, I am not free to answer more questions about it, and ye maun just ask me none." "Answer me but one," said Butler. "Is it all freely and indisputably your own property, to dispose of as you think fit? Is it possible no one has a claim in so large a sum except you?" "It was mine, free to dispose of as I like," answered Jeanie, "and I have disposed of it already, for now it is yours, Reuben. You are Bible Butler now, as well as your forbear. that my poor father had sick and ill will at. Only, if ye like, I would wish Phemy to get a good share of it when we are gone." "Certainly it shall be as you choose. But who on earth ever pitched on such a hiding place for temporal treasures?" "That is just one of my old-fashioned gates, as you call them, Reuben. I thought if Donachadu was to make an outbreak upon us, the Bible was the last thing in the house he would meddle with. But an any more siller should drop in, as it is not unlikely, I shall even pay it over to you, and ye may lay it out your own way." "And I positively must not ask you how you have come by all this money?" said the clergyman. "Indeed, Reuben, you must not. For if you were asking me very sore I would maybe tell you, and then I am sure I would do wrong." "But tell me," said Butler, "is it anything that distresses your own mind?" "There is both weal and woe come aye with world's gear, Reuben. But ye maun ask me nothing more. This siller binds me to nothing, and can never be speered back again." "Surely," said Mr. Butler, when he had again counted over the money, as if to assure himself that the notes were real, "there was never man in the world had a wife like mine. A blessing seems to follow her." "Never," said Jeanie, "since the enchanted princess in the bairn's fairy tale, that cammed gold nobles out of the two side of her haffet locks, and Dutch dollars out of the tother. But gang way now, minister, and put by the siller, and dinna keep the notes wampishing in your hand that gate, or I shall wish them in the brown pig again, for fear we get a black cast about them. We're over near the hills in these times to be thought to have siller in the house, and besides ye maun gree with Knockdunder that he has the selling of the lands, and dinna you be simple and let him ken of this windfall, but keep him to the very lowest penny, as if ye had to borrow siller to make the price up." In the last admonition, Jeanie showed distinctly that although she did not understand how to secure the money which came into her hands otherwise than by saving and hoarding it, yet she had some part of her father David's shrewdness even upon worldly subjects. And Reuben Butler was a prudent man, and went and did even as his wife had advised him. The news quickly went abroad into the parish that the minister had bought Craigster, and some wished him joy, and some were sorry it had gone out of the old name. However, his clerical brethren, understanding that he was under the necessity of going to Edinburgh about the ensuing Whitsunday to get together David Deans's cash to make up the purchase money of his new acquisition, took the opportunity to name him their delegate to the General Assembly or Convocation of the Scottish Church, which takes place usually in the latter end of the month of May. End of chapter 25th. Chapter 26th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. But who is this? What thing of sea or land, female of sex it seems, that so bedecked, ornate, and gay, comes this way sailing? Milton. Not long after the incident of the Bible and the banknotes, Fortune showed that she could surprise Mrs. Butler as well as her husband. The minister, in order to accomplish the various pieces of business which his unwonted visit to Edinburgh rendered necessary, had been under the necessity of setting out from home in the latter end of the month of February, concluding justly that he would find the space betwixt his departure and the term of Whitsunday, 24th May, short enough for the purpose of bringing forward those various debtors of old David Dean's, out of whose purses a considerable part of the price of his new purchase was to be made good. Jeanie was thus in the unwonted situation of inhabiting a lonely house, and she felt yet more solitary from the death of the good old man, who used to divide her cares with her husband. Her children were her principal resource, and to them she paid constant attention. It happened a day or two after Butler's departure that while she was engaged in some domestic duties, she heard a dispute among the young folk, which, being maintained with obstinacy, appeared to call for her interference. All came to their natural umpire with their complaints. Phemy, not yet 10 years old, charged Davy and Ruby with an attempt to take away her book by force, and David and Reuben replied, the elder, that it was not a book for Phemy to read, and Reuben that it was about a bad woman. "Where did you get the book, ye little hempy?" said Mrs. Butler. "How dare ye touch papa's books when he is away?" But the little lady, holding fast a sheet of crumpled paper, declared it was none of papa's books, and May Hitley had taken it off the muckle cheese which came from Inverara. For, as was very natural to suppose, a friendly intercourse with interchange of mutual civilities was kept up from time to time between Mrs. Dolly Dutton, now Mrs. McCorkindale, and her former friends. Jeanie took the subject of contention out of the child's hand to satisfy herself of the propriety of her studies. But how much was she struck when she read upon the title of the broadside sheet, "The last speech, confession, and dying words of Margaret Macraw, or Murdochson, executed on Harraby Hill, near Carlisle, the day of 1737. It was, indeed, one of those papers which Archibald had bought at Longtown, when he monopolized the pedlar's stock, which Dolly had thrust into her trunk out of sheer economy. One or two copies, it seems, had remained in her repositories at Inverary till she chanced to need them in packing a cheese, which, as a very superior production, was sent in the way of civil challenge to the dairy at Knockturlity. The title of this paper, so strangely fallen into the very hands from which, in well-meant respect to her feelings, it had been so long detained, was of itself sufficiently startling. But the narrative itself was so interesting that Jeanie, shaking herself loose from the children, ran upstairs to her own apartment and bolted the door to peruse it without interruption. The narrative, which appeared to have been drawn up, or at least corrected, by the clergyman who attended this unhappy woman, stated the crime for which she suffered to have been her active part in that atrocious robbery and murder committed near 2 years since near Haltwhistle, for which the notorious Frank Levitt was committed for trial at Lancaster Assizes. It was supposed the evidence of the accomplice Thomas Tuck, commonly called Tyburn Tom, upon which the woman had been convicted, would weigh equally heavy against him, although many were inclined to think it was Tuck himself who had struck the fatal blow, according to the dying statement of Meg Murdochson. After a circumstantial account of the crime for which she suffered, there was a brief sketch of Margaret's life. It was stated that she was a Scotchwoman by birth, and married a soldier in the Cameronian regiment, that she long followed the camp, and had doubtless acquired in fields of battle and similar scenes that ferocity and love of plunder for which she had been afterwards distinguished; that her husband, having obtained his discharge, became servant to a beneficed clergyman of high situation and character in Lincolnshire; and that she acquired the confidence and esteem of that honourable family. She had lost this many years after her husband's death, it was stated, in consequence of conniving at the irregularities of her daughter with the heir of the family, added to the suspicious circumstances attending the birth of a child which was strongly suspected to have met with foul play, in order to preserve, if possible, the girl's reputation. After this she had led a wandering life both in England and Scotland, under colour sometimes of telling fortunes, sometimes of driving a trade in smuggled wares, but in fact receiving stolen goods, and occasionally actively joining in the exploits by which they were obtained. Many of her crimes she had boasted of after conviction, and there was one circumstance for which she seemed to feel a mixture of joy and occasional compunction. When she was residing in the suburbs of Edinburgh during the preceding summer, a girl, who had been seduced by one of her confederates, was entrusted to her charge, and in her house delivered of a male infant. Her daughter, whose mind was in a state of derangement ever since she had lost her own child, according to the criminal's account, carried off the poor girl's infant, taking it for her own, of the reality of whose death she at times could not be persuaded. Margaret Murdickson stated that she, for some time, believed her daughter had actually destroyed the infant in her mad fits, and that she gave the father to understand so, but afterwards learned that a female stroller had got it from her. She showed some compunction at having separated mother and child, especially as the mother had nearly suffered death, being condemned, on the Scotch law, for the supposed murder of her infant. When it was asked what possible interest she could have had in exposing the unfortunate girl to suffer for a crime she had not committed, she asked if they thought she was going to put her own daughter into trouble to save another. She did not know what the Scotch law would have done to her for carrying the child away. This answer was by no means satisfactory to the clergyman, and he discovered by close examination that she had a deep and revengeful hatred against the young person whom she had thus injured. But the paper intimated that whatever besides she had communicated upon this subject was confided by her in private to the worthy and reverend Archdeacon, who had bestowed such particular pains in affording her spiritual assistance. The broadside went on to intimate that after her execution, of which the particulars were given, her daughter, the insane person mentioned more than once, and who was generally known by the name of Madge Wildfire, had been very ill used by the populace, under the belief that she was a sorceress and an accomplice in her mother's crimes, and had been with difficulty rescued by the prompt interference of the police. Such, for we omit moral reflections and all that may seem unnecessary to the explanation of our story, was the tenor of the broadside. To Mrs. Butler it contained intelligence of the highest importance, since it seemed to afford the most unequivocal proof of her sister's innocence respecting the crime for which she had so nearly suffered. It is true, neither she nor her husband, nor even her father, had ever believed her capable of touching her infant with an unkind hand when in possession of her reason. But there was a darkness on the subject, and what might have happened in a moment of insanity was dreadful to think upon. Besides, whatever was their own conviction, they had no means of establishing Effie's innocence to the world, which, according to the tenor of this fugitive publication, was now at length completely manifested by the dying confession of the person chiefly interested in concealing it. After thanking God for a discovery so dear to her feelings, Mrs. Butler began to consider what use she should make of it. To have shown it to her husband would have been her first impulse, but besides that he was absent from home, and the matter too delicate to be the subject of correspondence by an indifferent penwoman, Mrs. Butler recollected that he was not possessed of the information necessary to form a judgment upon the occasion, and that adhering to the rule which she had considered as most advisable, she had best transmit the information immediately to her sister, and leave her to adjust with her husband the mode in which they should avail themselves of it. Accordingly, she dispatched a special messenger to Glasgow with a packet, enclosing the confession of Margaret Murdickson, addressed as usual under cover to Mr. Whiterose of York. She expected with anxiety an answer, but none arrived in the usual course of post, and she was left to imagine how many various causes might account for Lady Staunton's silence. She began to be half sorry that she had parted with the printed paper, both for fear of its having fallen into bad hands, and from the desire of regaining the document which might be essential to establish her sister's innocence. She was even doubting whether she had not better commit the whole matter to her husband's consideration, when other incidents occurred to divert her purpose. Jeanie, she is a favourite, and we beg her pardon for still using the familiar title, had walked down to the seaside with her children one morning after breakfast, when the boys, whose sight was more discriminating than hers, exclaimed that the captain's coach and six was coming right for the shore with ladies in it. Jeanie instinctively bent her eyes on the approaching boat, and became soon sensible that there were two females in the stern, seated beside the gracious Duncan, who had acted as pilot. It was a point of politeness to walk towards the landing place in order to receive them, especially as she saw that the captain of Knockdunder was upon honour and ceremony. His piper was in the bow of the boat, sending forth music, of which one half sounded the better that the other was drowned by the waves and the breeze. Moreover, he himself had his brigadier wig newly frizzed, his bonnet, he had abjured the cocked hat, decorated with St. George's red cross, his uniform mounted as a captain of militia, the Duke's flag with the boar's head displayed, all intimated parade and gala. As Mrs. Butler approached the landing place, she observed the captain hand the ladies ashore with marks of great attention, and the parties advanced towards her, the captain a few steps before the two ladies, of whom the taller and elder leaned on the shoulder of the other, who seemed to be an attendant or servant. As they met, Duncan, in his best, most important, and deepest tone of Highland civility, begged leave to introduce to Mrs. Butler, Lady I have forgotten your ladyship's name. Never mind my name, sir, said the lady. I trust Mrs. Butler will be at no loss. The Duke's letter, and as she observed Mrs. Butler look confused, she said again to Duncan something sharply, Did you not send the letter last night, sir? In troth, and I didna, and I crave your ladyship's pardon. But you see, madam, I thought it would do as well to-day, because Mrs. Butler is never taken out of sorts, never, and the coach was out fishing, and the gig was gone to Greenock for a kag of brandy, but here's his Grace's letter. "Give it me, sir," said the lady, taking it out of his hand, "since you have not found it convenient to do me the favour to send it before me, I will deliver it myself." Mrs. Butler looked with great attention and a certain dubious feeling of deep interest on the lady, who thus expressed herself with authority over the man of authority, and to whose mandates he seemed to submit, resigning the letter with a "just as your ladyship is pleased to order it." The lady was rather above the middle size, beautifully made, though something embonpoint, with a hand and arm exquisitely formed. Her manner was easy, dignified, and commanding, and seemed to evince high birth and the habits of elevated society. She wore a travelling dress, a grey beaver hat, and a veil of Flanders lace. Two footmen in rich liveries, who got out of the barge and lifted out a trunk and portmanteau, appeared to belong to her suite. "As you did not receive the letter, madam, which should have served for my introduction, for I presume you are Mrs. Butler, I will not present it to you till you are so good as to admit me into your house without it." "To be sure, madam," said Knockdunder, "ye canna doubt Mrs. Butler will do that. Mrs. Butler, this is Lady, these tammed southern names rin out of my head like a stone trowling down hill, but I believe she is a Scottish woman porn, the more our credit, and I presume her ladyship is of the house of—" "The Duke of Argyle knows my family very well, sir," said the lady, in a tone which seemed designed to silence Duncan, or at any rate which had that effect immediately. There was something about the whole of this stranger's address and tone and manner which acted upon Jeanie's feelings like the illusions of a dream, that tease us with a puzzling approach to reality. Something there was of her sister in the gait and manner of the stranger, as well as in the sound of her voice, and something also when, lifting her veil, she showed features to which, changed as they were in expression and complexion, she could not but attach many remembrances. The stranger was turned of 30 certainly, but so well were her personal charms assisted by the power of dress and arrangement of ornament, that she might well have passed for 21, and her behaviour was so steady and so composed, that as often as Mrs. Butler perceived anew some point of resemblance to her unfortunate sister, so often the sustained self-command and absolute composure of the stranger destroyed the ideas which began to arise in her imagination. She led the way silently towards the manse, lost in a confusion of reflections, and trusting the letter with which she was to be there entrusted would afford her satisfactory explanation of what was a most puzzling and embarrassing scene. The lady maintained in the meanwhile the manners of a stranger of rank. She admired the various points of view like one who has studied nature, and the best representations of art. At length she took notice of the children. "These are two fine young mountaineers, yours, madam, I presume?" Jeanie replied in the affirmative. The stranger sighed, and sighed once more as they were presented to her by name. "Come here, Phemie," said Mrs. Butler, "and hold your head up." "What is your daughter's name, madam?" asked the lady. "Euphemia, madam," answered Mrs. Butler. "I thought the ordinary Scottish contraction of the name had been Effie," replied the stranger, in a tone which went to Jeanie's heart, for in that single word there was more of her sister, more of lang syne ideas, than in all the reminiscences which her own heart had anticipated, or the features and manner of the stranger had suggested. When they reached the manse, the lady gave Mrs. Butler the letter which she had taken out of the hands of Knockdunder, and as she gave it, she pressed her hand, adding aloud, "Perhaps, madam, you will have the goodness to get me a little milk." "And me a drop of the greybeard, if you please, Mrs. Butler," added Duncan. Mrs. Butler withdrew, but deputing to May Hetley and to David the supply of the stranger's wants, she hastened into her own room to read the letter. The envelope was addressed in the Duke of Argyle's hand, and requested Mrs. Butler's attentions and civility to a lady of rank, a particular friend of his late brother, Lady Staunton of Willingham, who, being recommended to drink goat's whey by the physicians, was to honour the lodge at Roseneth with her residence, while her husband made a short tour in Scotland. But within this same cover, which had been given to Lady Staunton unsealed, was a letter from that lady, intended to prepare her sister for meeting her, and which, but for the captain's negligence, she ought to have received on the preceding evening. It stated that the news in Jeanie's last letter had been so interesting to her husband, that he was determined to inquire farther into the confession made at Carlisle, and the fate of that poor innocent, and that, as he had been in some degree successful, she had, by the most earnest entreaties, extorted rather than obtained his permission, under promise of observing the most strict incognito, to spend a week or two with her sister, or in her neighbourhood, while he was prosecuting researches, to which, though it appeared to her very vainly, he seemed to attach some hopes of success. There was a postscript desiring that Jeanie would trust to Lady S. the management of their intercourse, and be content with assenting to what she should propose. After reading and again reading the letter, Mrs. Butler hurried downstairs, divided betwixt the fear of betraying her secret and the desire to throw herself upon her sister's neck. Effie received her with a glance at once affectionate and cautionary, and immediately proceeded to speak. "I have been telling Mr. Captain, this gentleman, Mrs. Butler, that if you could accommodate me with an apartment in your house, and a place for Ellis to sleep, and for the 2 men, it would suit me better than the lodge, which his Grace has so kindly placed at my disposal. I am advised I should reside as near where the goats feed as possible." "I have been assuring my lady, Mrs. Butler," said Duncan, "that though it could not discommode you to receive any of his Grace's visitors or mine, yet she had much better stay at the lodge, and for the gates, the creatures can be fetched there, in respect it is more fitting they should wait upon her ladyship, than she upon the like of them." "By no means derange the goats for me," said Lady Staunton. "I am certain the milk must be much better here." And this she said with languid negligence, as one whose slightest intimation of humour is to bear down all argument. Mrs. Butler hastened to intimate that her house, such as it was heartily at the disposal of Lady Staunton, but the captain continued to remonstrate. The Duke, he said, had written, "I will settle all that with his Grace," and there were the things had been sent down from Glasgow. Anything necessary might be sent over to the parsonage. She would beg the favour of Mrs. Butler to show her an apartment, and of the captain to have her trunks, etc., sent over from Roseneth. So she courtesied off poor Duncan, who departed, saying in his secret soul, "God damn her English impudence! She takes possession of the minister's house as an it were her own, and speaks to shentlemans as if they were pounden servants, and perdamned to her. And there's the deer that was shot too, but we will send it over to the manse, whilk will be put civil, seeing I have brought worthy Mrs. Butler sick a flisk mahoy." And with these kind intentions he went to the shore to give his orders accordingly. In the meantime, the meeting of the sisters was as affectionate as it was extraordinary, and each evinced her feelings in the way proper to her character. Jeanie was so much overcome by wonder and even by awe that her feelings were deep, stunning, and almost overpowering. Effie, on the other hand, wept, laughed, sobbed, screamed, and clapped her hands for joy, all in the space of 5 minutes, giving way at once and without reserve to a natural excessive vivacity of temper, which no one, however, knew better how to restrain under the rules of artificial breeding. After an hour had passed like a moment in their expressions of mutual affection, Lady Staunton observed the captain walking with impatient steps below the window. "That tiresome Highland fool has returned upon our hands," she said. "I will pray him to grace us with his absence." "Hout no, said Mrs. Butler, in a tone of entreaty. "Ye manna affront the captain." "Affront," said Lady Staunton. "Nobody is ever affronted at what I do or say, my dear. However, I will endure him, since you think it proper." The captain was accordingly graciously requested by Lady Staunton to remain during dinner. During this visit, his studious and punctilious complaisance towards the lady of rank was happily contrasted by the cavalier air of civil familiarity in which he indulged towards the minister's wife. "I have not been able to persuade Mrs. Butler," said Lady Staunton to the captain, during the interval when Jeanie had left the parlour, "to let me talk of making any recompense for storming her house and garrisoning it in the way I have done." "Doubtless, madam," said the captain, "it would ill become Mrs. Butler, who is a very decent body, to make any such charge to a lady who comes from my house, or his grace's, which is the same thing. And speaking of garrisons, in the year '45, I was put with a garrison of 20 of my lads in the house of Invergarry, whilk had never been unhappily for— I beg your pardon, sir, but I wish I could think of some way of indemnifying this good lady." "Oh, no need of indemnifying at all, no trouble for her, nothing at all. So being in the house of Invergarry, and the people about it being uncanny, I doubted the worst, and—" "Do you happen to know, sir," said Lady Staunton, "if any of these two lads, these young butlers, I mean, show any turn for the army?" "Could not say, indeed, my lady," replied Knockdunder. "So I knowing the people to be unchancy and not to lippen to, and hearing a pibroch in the wood, I began to bid my lads look to their flints, and then—" "For," said Lady Staunton, with the most ruthless disregard to the narrative which she mangled by these interruptions, "if that should be the case, it should cost Sir George but the asking a pair of colours for one of them at the War Office, since we have always supported government, and never had occasion to trouble ministers." "And if you please, my lady," said Duncan, who began to find some savour in this proposal, "as I have a braw well-grown lad of a navoy called Duncan Macgilligan, that is as pig as paith the Butler pairns putten together, Sir George could ask a pair for him at the same time, and it would be but one asking for all." Lady Staunton only answered this hint with a well-bred stare, which gave no sort of encouragement. Jeanie, who now returned, was lost in amazement at the wonderful difference betwixt the helpless and despairing girl, whom she had seen stretched on a flock bed in a dungeon, expecting a violent and disgraceful death, and last as a forlorn exile upon the midnight beach, with the elegant, well-bred, beautiful woman before her. The features, now that her sister's veil was laid aside, did not appear so extremely different as the whole manner, expression, look, and bearing. In outside show, Lady Staunton seemed completely a creature too soft and fair for sorrow to have touched, so much accustomed to have all her whims complied with by those around her, that she seemed to expect she should even be saved the trouble of forming them, and so totally unacquainted with contradiction that she did not even use the tone of self-will, since to breathe a wish was to have it fulfilled. She made no ceremony of ridding herself of Duncan as soon as the evening approached, but complimented him out of the house under pretext of fatigue with the utmost nonchalance. When they were alone, her sister could not help expressing her wonder at the self-possession with which Lady Staunton sustained her part. "I dare say you are surprised at it," said Lady Staunton composedly, "for you, my dear Jeanie, have been truth itself from your cradle upwards, but you must remember that I am a liar of 15 years' standing, and therefore must by this time be used to my character." In fact, during the feverish tumult of feelings excited during the 2 or 3 first days, Mrs. Butler thought her sister's manner was completely contradictory of the desponding tone which pervaded her correspondence. She was moved to tears, indeed, by the sight of her father's grave, marked by a modest stone recording his piety and integrity. But lighter impressions and associations had also power over her. She amused herself with visiting the dairy in which she had so long been assistant, and was so near discovering herself to May Hetley by betraying her acquaintance with the celebrated receipt for Dunlop cheese, that she compared herself to bedridden Hassan, whom the vizier, his father-in-law, discovered by his superlative skill in composing cream tarts with pepper in them. But when the novelty of such avocations ceased to amuse her, she showed to her sister but too plainly that the gaudy colouring with which she veiled her unhappiness afforded as little real comfort as the gay uniform of the soldier when it is drawn over his mortal wound. There were moods and moments in which her despondence seemed to exceed even that which she herself had described in her letters, and which too well convinced Mrs. Butler how little her sister's lot, which in appearance was so brilliant, was in reality to be envied. There was one source, however, from which Lady Staunton derived a pure degree of pleasure. Gifted in every particular with a higher degree of imagination than of her sister, she was an admirer of the beauties of nature, a taste which compensates many evils to those who happen to enjoy it. Here her character of a fine lady stopped short, where she ought to have screamed at ilk clough, and screeched at ilka how as loud as she had seen the worry cow. On the contrary, with the 2 boys for her guides, she undertook long and fatiguing walks among the neighbouring mountains, to visit glens, lakes, waterfalls, or whatever scenes of natural wonder or beauty lay concealed among their recesses. It is Wordsworth, I think, who, talking of an old man under difficulties, remarks, with a singular attention to nature, "Whether it was care that spurred him, God only knows, but to the very last he had the lightest foot in Ennerdale." In the same manner, languid, listless, and unhappy within doors, at times even indicating something which approached near to contempt of the homely accommodations of her sister's house, although she instantly endeavoured by 1,000 kindnesses to atone for such ebullitions of spleen, Lady Staunton appeared to feel interest and energy while in the open air, and traversing the mountain landscapes in society with the two boys, whose ears she delighted with stories of what she had seen in other countries, and what she had to show them at Willingham Manor, and they, on the other hand, exerted themselves in doing the honours of Dumbartonshire to the lady who seemed so kind, insomuch that there was scarce a glen in the neighbouring hills to which they did not introduce her. Upon one of these excursions, while Reuben was otherwise employed, David alone acted as Lady Staunton's guide, and promised to show her a cascade in the hills, grander and higher than any they had yet visited. It was a walk of 5 long miles, and over rough ground, varied, however, and cheered by mountain views and peeps now of the Firth and its islands, now of distant lakes, now of rocks and precipices. The scene itself, too, when they reached it, amply rewarded the labour of the walk. A single chute carried a considerable stream over the face of a black rock, which contrasted strongly in colour with the white foam of the cascade, and at the depth of about 20 feet, another rock intercepted the view of the bottom of the fall. The water, wheeling out far beneath, swept round the crag, which thus bounded their view, and tumbled down the rocky glen in a torrent of foam. Those who love nature always desire to penetrate into its utmost recesses, and Lady Staunton asked David whether there was not some mode of gaining a view of the abyss at the foot of the fall. He said that he knew a station on a shelf on the farther side of the intercepting rock, from which the whole waterfall was visible, but that the road to it was steep and slippery and dangerous. Bent, however, on gratifying her curiosity, she desired him to lead the way, and accordingly he did so over crack and stone, anxiously pointing out to her the resting places where she ought to step, for their mode of advancing soon ceased to be walking and became scrambling. In this manner, clinging like sea birds to the face of the rock, they were enabled at length to turn round it, and came full in front of the fall, which here had a most tremendous aspect, boiling, roaring, and thundering with unceasing din into a black cauldron, 100 feet at least below them, which resembled the crater of a volcano. The noise, the dashing of the waters, which gave an unsteady appearance to all around them, the trembling even of the huge crag on which they stood, the precariousness of their footing, for there was scarce room for them to stand on the shelf of rock which they had thus attained, had so powerful an effect on the senses and imagination of Lady Staunton, that she called out to David she was falling, and would in fact have dropped from the crag had he not caught hold of her. The boy was bold and stout of his age. Still he was but 14 years old, and as his assistance gave no confidence to Lady Staunton, she felt her situation become really perilous. The chance was that, in the appalling novelty of the circumstances, he might have caught the infection of her panic, in which case it is likely that both must have perished. She now screamed with terror, though without hope of calling any one to her assistance. To her amazement, the scream was answered by a whistle from above, of a tone so clear and shrill that it was heard even amid the noise of the waterfall. In this moment of terror and perplexity, a human face, black and having grizzled hair hanging down over the forehead and cheeks, and mixing with moustaches, and a beard of the same colour, and as much matted and tangled, looked down on them from a broken part of the rock above. "It is the enemy," said the boy, who had very nearly become incapable of supporting Lady Staunton. "No, no," she exclaimed, inaccessible to supernatural terrors, and restored to the presence of mind of which she had been deprived by the danger of her situation. "It is a man. For God's sake, my friend, help us." The face glared at them, but made no answer. In a second or two afterwards, another, that of a young lad, appeared beside the first, equally swart and begrimed, but having tangled black hair descending in elf locks, which gave an air of wildness and ferocity to the whole expression of the countenance. Lady Staunton repeated her entreaties, clinging to the rock with more energy as she found that, from the superstitious terror of her guide, he became incapable of supporting her. Her words were probably drowned in the roar of the falling stream, for though she observed the lips of the young being whom she supplicated move as he spoke in reply, not a word reached her ear. A moment afterwards it appeared he had not mistaken the nature of her supplication, which indeed was easy to be understood from her situation and gestures. The younger apparition disappeared, and immediately after lowered a ladder of twisted osiers, about 8 feet in length, and made signs to David to hold it fast while the lady ascended. Despair gives courage, and finding herself in this fearful predicament, Lady Staunton did not hesitate to risk the ascent by the precarious means which this accommodation afforded, and carefully assisted by the person who had thus providentially come to her aid, she reached the summit in safety. She did not, however, even look around her until she saw her nephew lightly and actively follow her examples, although there was now no one to hold the ladder fast. When she saw him safe, she looked round, and could not help shuddering at the place and company in which she found herself. They were on a sort of platform of rock, surrounded on every side by precipices or overhanging cliffs, and which it would have been scarce possible for any research to have discovered, as it did not seem to be commanded by any accessible position. It was partly covered by a huge fragment of stone, which, having fallen from the cliffs above, had been intercepted by others in its descent, and jammed so as to serve for a sloping roof to the farther part of the broad shelf or platform on which they stood. A quantity of withered moss and leaves, strewed beneath this rude and wretched shelter, showed the lairs, they could not be termed the beds, of those who dwelt in this eyrie, for it deserved no other name. Of these, 2 were before Lady Staunton. One, the same who had afforded such timely assistance, stood upright before them, a tall, lathy young savage, his dress a tattered plaid and philibeg, no shoes, no stockings, no hat or bonnet, the place of the last being supplied by his hair, twisted and matted like the glib of the ancient wild Irish, and like theirs forming a natural thick set, stout enough to bear off the cut of a sword. Yet the eyes of the lad were keen and sparkling, his gesture free and noble, like that of all savages. He took little notice of David Butler, but gazed with wonder on Lady Staunton, as a being different probably in dress and superior in beauty to anything he had ever beheld. The old man, whose face they had first seen, remained recumbent in the same posture as when he had first looked down on them, only his face was turned towards them as he lay and looked up with a lazy and listless apathy, which belied the general expression of his dark and rugged features. He seemed a very tall man, but was scarce better clad than the younger. He had on a loose Lowland greatcoat, and ragged tartan trews or pantaloons. All around looked singularly wild and unpropitious. Beneath the brow of the incumbent rock was a charcoal fire, on which there was a still working, with bellows, pincers, hammers, a movable anvil, and other smith's tools. 3 guns, with 2 or 3 sacks and barrels, were disposed against the wall of rock, under shelter of the superincumbent crag. A dirk and 2 swords and a Lochaber axe lay scattered around the fire, of which the red glare cast a ruddy tinge on the precipitous foam and mist of the cascade. The lad, when he had satisfied his curiosity with staring at Lady Staunton, fetched an earthen jar and a horn cup, into which he poured some spirits, apparently hot from the still, and offered them successively to the lady and to the boy. Both declined, and the young savage quaffed off the draught, which could not amount to less than 3 ordinary glasses. He then fetched another ladder from the corner of the cavern, if it could be termed so, adjusted it against the transverse rock, which served as a roof, and made signs for the lady to ascend it, while he held it fast below. She did so, and found herself on the top of a broad rock, near the brink of the chasm into which the brook precipitates itself. She could see the crest of the torrent flung loose down the rock, like the mane of a wild horse, but without having any view of the lower platform from which she had ascended. David was not suffered to mount so easily. The lad, from sport or love of mischief, shook the ladder a good deal as he ascended, and seemed to enjoy the terror of young Butler, so that when they had both come up, they looked on each other with no friendly eyes. Neither, however, spoke. The young caird, or tinker, or gypsy, with a good deal of attention, assisted Lady Staunton up a very perilous ascent, which she had still to encounter, and they were followed by David Butler, until all 3 stood clear of the ravine on the side of a mountain, whose sides were covered with heather and sheets of loose shingle. So narrow was the chasm out of which they ascended, that unless when they were on the very verge, the eye passed to the other side without perceiving the existence of a rent so fearful, and nothing was seen of the cataract, although its deep hoarse voice was still heard. Lady Staunton, freed from the danger of rock and river, now had a new subject of anxiety. Her 2 guides confronted each other with angry countenances, for David, though younger by 2 years at least, and much shorter, was a stout, well-set, and very bold boy. "You are the black coat's son of Knockturlity," said the young caird. "If you come here again, I'll pitch you down the linn like a football." "Ay, lad, ye are very short to be so long," retorted young Butler undauntedly, and measuring his opponent's height with an undismayed eye. "I am thinking you are a gillie of Black Donachah. If you come down the glen, we'll shoot you like a wild buck." "You may tell your father," said the lad, "that the leaf on the timber is the last he shall see. We will have amends for the mischief he has done to us. I hope he will live to see many simmers, and do ye muckle more," answered David. More might have passed, but Lady Staunton stepped between them, with her purse in her hand, and taking out a guinea, of which it contained several, visible through the network, as well as some silver in the opposite end, offered it to the caird. "The white siller, lady, the white siller," said the young savage, to whom the value of gold was probably unknown. Lady Staunton poured what silver she had into his hand, and the juvenile savage snatched it greedily, and made a sort of half inclination of acknowledgment and adieu. "Let us make haste now, Lady Staunton," said David, "for there will be little peace with them since they have seen your purse." They hurried on as fast as they could, but they had not descended the hill 100 yards or two before they heard a halloo behind them, and looking back, saw both the old man and the young one pursuing them with great speed, the former with a gun on his shoulder. Very fortunately at this moment a sportsman, a gamekeeper of the Duke, who was engaged in stalking deer, appeared on the face of the hill. The bandits stopped on seeing him, and Lady Staunton hastened to put herself under his protection. He readily gave them his escort home, and it required his athletic form and loaded rifle to restore to the lady her usual confidence and courage. Donald listened with much gravity to the account of their adventure, and answered with great composure to David's repeated inquiries, whether he could have suspected that the Cairds had been lurking there. "Indeed, Master Tavy, I might have had some guess that they were there, or thereabout, although maybe I had none. But I am often on the hill, and they are like wasps, they sting only them that fashes them. So for my part, I make a point not to see them, unless I were ordered out on the precease errand by Maccullimore or Knockdunder, whilk is a clean different case." They reached the manse late, and Lady Staunton, who had suffered much both from fright and fatigue, never again permitted her love of the picturesque to carry her so far among the mountains without a stronger escort than David, though she acknowledged he had won the stand of colours by the intrepidity he had displayed, so soon as assured he had to do with an earthly antagonist. "I couldna maybe have made muckle of a bargain with yon lang callant," said David, when thus complimented on his valour, "but when ye deal with those folk, it's tine heart, tine all." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. "What see you there that hath so cowarded and chased your blood out of appearance?" Henry V. We are under the necessity of returning to Edinburgh, where the General Assembly was now sitting. It is well known that some Scottish nobleman is usually deputed as High Commissioner to represent the person of the King in this convocation, that he has allowances for the purpose of maintaining a certain outward show and solemnity, and supporting the hospitality of the representative of Majesty. Whoever are distinguished by rank or office in or near the capital usually attend the morning levees of the Lord Commissioner, and walk with him in procession to the place where the assembly meets. The nobleman who held this office chanced to be particularly connected with Sir George Staunton, and it was in his train that he ventured to tread the High Street of Edinburgh for the first time since the fatal night of Porteus's execution. Walking at the right hand of the representative of sovereignty, covered with lace and embroidery, and with all the paraphernalia of wealth and rank, the handsome though wasted figure of the English stranger attracted all eyes. Who could have recognized in a form so aristocratic the plebeian convict that, disguised in the rags of Madge Wildfire, had led the formidable rioters to their destined revenge? there was no possibility that this could happen, even if any of his ancient acquaintances, a race of men whose lives are so brief, had happened to survive the span commonly allotted to evildoers. Besides, the whole affair had long fallen asleep with the angry passions in which it originated. Nothing is more certain than that persons known to have had a share in that formidable riot, and to have fled from Scotland on that account, had made money abroad, returned to enjoy it in their native country, and lived and died undisturbed by the law. The forbearance of the magistrate was in these instances wise certainly, and just. For what good impression could be made on the public mind by punishment, when the memory of the offence was obliterated, and all that was remembered was the recent inoffensive, or perhaps exemplary conduct of the offender? Sir George Staunton might therefore tread the scene of his former audacious exploits, free from the apprehension of the law, or even of discovery or suspicion. But with what feelings his heart that day throbbed, must be left to those of the reader to imagine. It was an object of no common interest which had brought him to encounter so many painful remembrances. In consequence of Jeanie's letter to Lady Staunton, transmitting the confession, he had visited the town of Carlisle, and had found Archdeacon Fleming still alive, by whom that confession had been received. This reverend gentleman, whose character stood deservedly very high, he so far admitted into his confidence as to own himself the father of the unfortunate infant which had been spirited away by Madge Wildfire, representing the intrigue as a matter of juvenile extravagance on his own part, for which he was now anxious to atone by tracing, if possible, what had become of the child. After some recollection of the circumstances, the clergyman was able to call to memory that the unhappy woman had written a letter to George Staunton, Esquire, younger, Rectory, Willingham by Grantham, that he had forwarded it to the address accordingly, and that it had been returned, with a note from the Reverend Mr. Staunton, Rector of Willingham, saying that he knew no such person as him to whom the letter was addressed. As this had happened just at the time when George had, for the last time, absconded from his father's house to carry off Effie, he was at no loss to account for the cause of the resentment, under the influence of which his father had disowned him. This was another instance in which his ungovernable temper had occasioned his misfortune. Had he remained at Willingham but a few days longer, he would have received Margaret Murdickson's letter, in which were exactly described the person and haunts of the woman, Annaple Belzu, to whom she had parted with the infant. It appeared that Meg Murdickson had been induced to make this confession, less from any feelings of contrition than from the desire of obtaining, through George Staunton or his father's means, protection and support for her daughter Madge. Her letter to George Staunton said that while the writer lived, her daughter would have needed naught from anybody, and that she would never have meddled in these affairs, except to pay back the ill that George had done to her and hers. But she was to die, and her daughter would be destitute, and without reason to guide her. She had lived in the world long enough to know that people did nothing for nothing. So she had told George Staunton all he could wish to know about his wean, in hopes he would not see the demented young creature he had ruined perish for want. As for her motives for not telling them sooner, she had a long account to reckon for in the next world, and she would reckon for that too. The clergyman said that Meg had died in the same desperate state of mind, occasionally expressing some regret about the child which was lost, but oftener sorrow that the mother had not been hanged, her mind at once a chaos of guilt, rage, and apprehension for her daughter's future safety. That instinctive feeling of parental anxiety which she had in common with the she-wolf and lioness, being the last shade of kindly affection that occupied a breast equally savage. The melancholy catastrophe of Madge Wildfire was occasioned by her taking the confusion of her mother's execution as affording an opportunity of leaving the workhouse to which the clergyman had sent her, and presenting herself to the mob in their fury, to perish in the way we have already seen. When Dr. Fleming found the convict's letter was returned from Lincolnshire, he wrote to a friend in Edinburgh to inquire into the fate of the unfortunate girl whose child had been stolen, and was informed by his correspondent that she had been pardoned, and that, with all her family, she had retired to some distant part of Scotland, or left the kingdom entirely. And here the matter rested, until, at Sir George Staunton's application, the clergyman looked out, and produced Margaret Murdockson's returned letter, and the other memoranda which he had kept concerning the affair. Whatever might be Sir George Staunton's feelings in ripping up this miserable history, and listening to the tragical fate of the unhappy girl whom he had ruined, he had so much of his ancient wilfulness of disposition left, as to shut his eyes on everything, save the prospect which seemed to open itself of recovering his son. It was true, it would be difficult to produce him without telling much more of the history of his birth and the misfortunes of his parents than it was prudent to make known. But let him once be found, and being found, let him but prove worthy of his father's protection, and many ways might be fallen upon to avoid such risk. Sir George Staunton was at liberty to adopt him as his heir, if he pleased, without communicating the secret of his birth, or an act of Parliament might be obtained declaring him legitimate, and allowing him the name and arms of his father. He was indeed already a legitimate child, according to the law of Scotland, by the subsequent marriage of his parents. Wilful in everything, Sir George's sole desire now was to see his son, even should his recovery bring with it a new series of misfortunes, as dreadful as those which followed on his being lost. But where was the youth who might eventually be called to the honours and estates of this ancient family? On what heath was he wandering, and shrouded by what mean disguise? Did he gain his precarious bread by some petty trade, by menial toil, by violence, or by theft? These were questions on which Sir George's anxious investigations could obtain no light. Many remembered that Annaple Belzu wandered through the country as a beggar and fortune-teller, or spa-wife. Some remembered that she had been seen with an infant in 1737 or 1738, but for more than 10 years she had not travelled that district, and that she had been heard to say she was going to a distant part of Scotland, of which country she was a native. To Scotland, therefore, came Sir George Staunton, having parted with his lady at Glasgow, and his arrival at Edinburgh happened to coincide with the sitting of the General Assembly of the Kirk. His acquaintance with the nobleman who held the office of Lord High Commissioner forced him more into public than suited either his views or inclinations. At the public table of this nobleman, Sir George Staunton was placed next to a clergyman of respectable appearance and well bred, though plain demeanour, whose name he discovered to be Butler. It had been no part of Sir George's plan to take his brother-in-law into his confidence, and he had rejoiced exceedingly in the assurances he received from his wife, that Mrs. Butler, the very soul of integrity and honour, had never suffered the account he had given of himself at Willingham Rectory to transpire even to her husband. But he was not sorry to have an opportunity to converse with so near a connection without being known to him, and to form a judgment of his character and understanding. He saw much and heard more to raise Butler very high in his opinion. He found he was generally respected by those of his own profession, as well as by the laity who had seats in the assembly. He had made several public appearances in the assembly, distinguished by good sense, candour, and ability, and he was followed and admired as a sound and at the same time an eloquent preacher. This was all very satisfactory to Sir George Staunton's pride, which had revolted at the idea of his wife's sister being obscurely married. He now began, on the contrary, to think the connection so much better than he expected, that if it should be necessary to acknowledge it in consequence of the recovery of his son, it would sound well enough that Lady Staunton had a sister who, in the decayed state of the family, had married a Scottish clergyman, high in the opinion of his countrymen, and a leader in the church. It was with these feelings that, when the Lord High Commissioner's company broke up, Sir George Staunton, under pretence of prolonging some inquiries concerning the constitution of the Church of Scotland, requested Butler to go home to his lodgings in the Lawn Market and drink a cup of coffee. Butler agreed to wait upon him, providing Sir George would permit him, in passing, to call at a friend's house where he resided, and make his apology for not coming to partake her tea. They proceeded up the High Street, entered the Crames, and passed the begging box, placed to remind those at liberty of the distresses of the poor prisoners. Sir George paused there one instant, and next day a 20-pound note was found in that receptacle for public charity. When he came up to Butler again, he found him with his eyes fixed on the entrance of the Tolbooth, and apparently in deep thought. "That seems a very strong door," said Sir George, by way of saying something. "It is so, sir," said Butler, turning off and beginning to walk forward, "but it was my misfortune at one time to see it prove greatly too weak." At this moment, looking at his companion, he asked him whether he felt himself ill, and Sir George Staunton admitted that he had been so foolish as to eat ice, which sometimes disagreed with him. With kind officiousness that would not be gainsaid, and ere he could find out where he was going, Butler hurried Sir George into the friend's house near to the prison, in which he himself had lived since he came to town, being indeed no other than that of our old friend Bartolin Saddletree, in which Lady Staunton had served a short novitiate as a shopmaid. This recollection rushed on her husband's mind, and the blush of shame which it excited overpowered the sensation of fear which had produced his former paleness. Good Mrs. Saddletree, however, bustled about to receive the rich English baronet as the friend of Mr. Butler, and requested an elderly female in a black gown to sit still, in a way which seemed to imply a wish that she would clear the way for her betters. In the meanwhile, understanding the state of the case, she ran to get some cordial waters, sovereign, of course, in all cases of faintishness whatsoever. During her absence, her visitor, the female in black, made some progress out of the room, and might have left it altogether without particular observation, had she not stumbled at the threshold so near Sir George Staunton that he, in point of civility, raised her and assisted her to the door. "Mrs. Porteus is turned very doited now, poor body," said Mrs. Saddletree, as she returned with her bottle in her hand. "She is no so old, but she got a sore back cast with the slaughter of her husband. Ye had some trouble about that job, Mr. Butler. I think, sir, to Sir George, ye had better drink out the hall glass, for to my eye ye look worse than when ye came in." And indeed he grew as pale as a corpse on recollecting who it was that his arm had so lately supported, the widow whom he had so large a share in making such. "It is a prescribed job, that case of Porteus now," said old Saddletree, who was confined to his chair by the gout, "clean prescribed and out of date." "I am not clear of that, neighbour," said Plumdamus, "for I have heard them say 20 years should run, and this is but the 51. Porteus's mob was in 37. Ye'll no teach me law, I think, neighbour, me that has 4 gone please, and might have had 14 an it hadna been the goodwife. I tell ye, if the foremost of the Porteus mob were standing there where that gentleman stands, the King's advocate wouldna meddle with him. It falls under the negative prescription." "Hold your din, carles," said Mrs. Saddletree, "and let the gentleman sit down and get a dish of comfortable tea." But Sir George had had quite enough of their conversation, and Butler, at his request, made an apology to Mrs. Saddletree, and accompanied him to his lodgings. Here they found another guest awaiting Sir George Staunton's return. This was no other than our reader's old acquaintance, Ratcliffe. This man had exercised the office of turnkey with so much vigilance, acuteness, and fidelity, that he gradually rose to be governor or captain of the Tolbooth, and it is yet to be remembered in tradition that young men, who rather sought amusing than select society in their merry meetings, used sometimes to request Ratcliffe's company, in order that he might regale them with legends of his extraordinary feats in the way of robbery and escape. There seems an anachronism in the history of this person. Ratcliffe, among other escapes from justice, was released by the Porteus mob when under sentence of death, and he was again under the same predicament when the Highlanders made a similar jail delivery in 1745. He was too sincere a Whig to embrace liberation at the hands of the Jacobites, and in reward was made one of the keepers of the Tolbooth, so at least runs constant tradition. But he lived and died without resuming his original vocation otherwise than in his narratives over a bottle. Under these circumstances, he had been recommended to Sir George Staunton by a man of the law in Edinburgh as a person likely to answer any questions he might have to ask about Anopele Belzu, who, according to the colour which Sir George Staunton gave to his cause of inquiry, was supposed to have stolen a child in the west of England, belonging to a family in which he was interested. The gentleman had not mentioned his name, but only his official title, so that Sir George Staunton, when told that the captain of the Tolbooth was waiting for him in his parlour, had no idea of meeting his former acquaintance, Jem Ratcliffe. This, therefore, was another new and most unpleasant surprise, for he had no difficulty in recollecting this man's remarkable features. The change, however, from George Robertson to Sir George Staunton baffled even the penetration of Ratcliffe, and he bowed very low to the baronet and his guest, hoping Mr. Butler would excuse his recollecting that he was an old acquaintance. "And once rendered my wife a piece of great service," said Mr. Butler, "for which she sent you a token of grateful acknowledgment, which I hope came safe and was welcome." "Devil a doubt on't," said Ratcliffe, with a knowing nod, "but ye are muckle changed for the better since I saw ye, Master Butler. So much so, that I wonder you knew me." "Aha, then, devil a face I see I ever forget," said Ratcliffe, while Sir George Staunton, tied to the stake, and incapable of escaping, internally cursed the accuracy of his memory. "And yet sometimes," continued Ratcliffe, "the sharpest hand will be taken in. There is a face in this very room, if I might presume to be so bold, that if I didna ken the honourable person it belongs to, I might think it had some cut of an old acquaintance." "I should not be much flattered," answered the baronet sternly, and roused by the risk in which he saw himself placed, "if it is to me you mean to apply that compliment." "By no manner of means, sir," said Ratcliffe, bowing very low. "I am come to receive your honour's commands, and no to trouble your honour with my poor observations." "Well, sir," said Sir George, "I am told you understand police matters. So do I. To convince you of which, here are 10 guineas of retaining fee. I make them 50 when you can find me certain notice of a person, living or dead, whom you will find described in that paper. I shall leave town presently. You may send your written answer to me at the care of Mr. naming his highly respectable agent, or of his Grace the Lord High Commissioner." Ratcliffe bowed and withdrew. "I have angered the proud Pete now," he said to himself, "by finding out a likeness. But if George Robertson's father had lived within a mile of his mother, damn me if I should not know what to think, for as high as he carries his head." When he was left alone with Butler, Sir George Staunton ordered tea and coffee, which were brought by his valet, and then, after considering with himself for a minute, asked his guest whether he had lately heard from his wife and family. Butler, with some surprise at the question, replied that he had received no letter for some time. His wife was a poor penwoman. "Then," said Sir George Staunton, "I am the first to inform you there has been an invasion of your quiet premises since you left home. My wife, whom the Duke of Argyle had the goodness to permit to use Rosneth Lodge, while she was spending some weeks in your country, has sallied across and taken up her quarters in the manse, as she says, to be nearer the goats, whose milk she is using, but I believe in reality because she prefers Mrs. Butler's company to that of the respectable gentleman who acts as seneschal on the Duke's domains." Mr. Butler said he had often heard the late Duke and the present speak with high respect of Lady Staunton, and was happy if his house could accommodate any friend of theirs. It would be but a very slight acknowledgment of the many favours he owed them. "That does not make Lady Staunton and myself the less obliged to your hospitality, sir," said Sir George. "May I inquire if you think of returning home soon?" "In the course of 2 days," Mr. Butler answered. His duty in the assembly would be ended, and the other matters he had in town being all finished, he was desirous of returning to Dumbartonshire as soon as he could; but he was under the necessity of transporting a considerable sum in bills and money with him, and therefore wished to travel in company with one or two of his brethren of the clergy. "My escort will be more safe," said Sir George Staunton, "and I think of setting off to morrow or next day. If you will give me the pleasure of your company, I will undertake to deliver you and your charge safe at the manse, provided you will admit me along with you." Mr. Butler gratefully accepted of this proposal. The appointment was made accordingly, and by despatches with one of Sir George's servants, who was sent forward for the purpose, the inhabitants of the manse of Knockturlidy were made acquainted with the intended journey, and the news rung through the whole vicinity that the minister was coming back with a braw English gentleman and all the siller that was to pay for the estate of Craigsture. This sudden resolution of going to Knockturlidy had been adopted by Sir George Staunton in consequence of the incidents of the evening. In spite of his present consequence, he felt he had presumed too far in venturing so near the scene of his former audacious acts of violence, and he knew too well, from past experience, the acuteness of a man like Ratcliffe again to encounter him. The next 2 days he kept his lodgings under pretence of indisposition, and took leave by writing of his noble friend the High Commissioner, alleging the opportunity of Mr. Butler's company as a reason for leaving Edinburgh sooner than he had proposed. He had a long conference with his agent on the subject of Annapolie Balzoo, and the professional gentleman, who was the agent also of the Argyle family, had directions to collect all the information which Ratcliffe or others might be able to obtain concerning the fate of that woman and the unfortunate child, and so soon as anything transpired which had the least appearance of being important, that he should send an express with it instantly to Knockturlidy. These instructions were backed with a deposit of money, and a request that no expense might be spared, so that Sir George Staunton had little reason to apprehend negligence on the part of the persons entrusted with the commission. The journey which the brothers made in company was attended with more pleasure even to Sir George Staunton than he had ventured to expect. His heart lightened in spite of himself when they lost sight of Edinburgh, and the easy, sensible conversation of Butler was well calculated to withdraw his thoughts from painful reflections. He even began to think whether there could be much difficulty in removing his wife's connections to the rectory of Willingham. It was only on his part procuring some still better preferment for the present incumbent, and on Butler's, that he should take orders according to the English Church, to which he could not conceive a possibility of his making objection, and then he had them residing under his wing. No doubt there was pain in seeing Mrs. Butler, acquainted as he knew her to be with the full truth of his evil history. But then her silence, though he had no reason to complain of her indiscretion hitherto, was still more absolutely ensured. It would keep his lady also both in good temper and in more subjection, for she was sometimes troublesome to him by insisting on remaining in town when he desired to retire to the country, alleging the total want of society at Willingham. "Madam, your sister is there," would, he thought, be a sufficient answer to this ready argument. He sounded Butler on this subject, asking what he would think of an English living of £1200 yearly, with the burden of affording his company now and then to a neighbour, whose health was not strong or his spirits equal. He might meet, he said occasionally, a very learned and accomplished gentleman, who was in orders as a Catholic priest, but he hoped there would be no insurmountable objection to a man of his liberality of sentiment. What, he said, would Mr. Butler think of as an answer, if the offer should be made to him? "Simply that I could not accept of it," said Mr. Butler. "I have no mind to enter into the various debates between the churches; but I was brought up in mine own, have received her ordination, am satisfied of the truth of her doctrines, and will die under the banner I have enlisted to." "What may be the value of your preferment?" said Sir George Staunton, "unless I am asking an indiscreet question." "Probably 100 a year, 1 year with another, besides my glebe and pasture ground." "And you scruple to exchange that for 1200 a year, without alleging any damning difference of doctrine betwixt the two churches of England and Scotland?" "On that, sir, I have reserved my judgment. There may be much good, and there are certainly saving means in both; but every man must act according to his own lights. I hope I have done, and am in the course of doing, my Master's work in this Highland parish, and it would ill become me, for the sake of lucre, to leave my sheep in the wilderness. But even in the temporal view which you have taken of the matter, Sir George, this £100 a year of stipend hath fed and clothed us, and left us nothing to wish for. My father in law's succession and other circumstances have added a small estate of about twice as much more, and how we are to dispose of it I do not know. So I leave it to you, sir, to think if I were wise, not having the wish or opportunity of spending 300 a year, to covet the possession of 4 times that sum." "This is philosophy," said Sir George. "I have heard of it, but I never saw it before." "It is common sense," replied Butler, "which accords with philosophy and religion more frequently than pedants or zealots are apt to admit." Sir George turned the subject, and did not again resume it. Although they travelled in Sir George's chariot, he seemed so much fatigued with the motion, that it was necessary for him to remain for a day at a small town called Mid-Calder, which was their first stage from Edinburgh. Glasgow occupied another day, so slow were their motions. They travelled on to Dumbarton, where they had resolved to leave the equipage and to hire a boat to take them to the shores near the manse, as the Gare Loch lay betwixt them and that point, besides the impossibility of travelling in that district with wheel carriages. Sir George's valet, a man of trust, accompanied them, as also a footman. The grooms were left with the carriage. Just as this arrangement was completed, which was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, an express arrived from Sir George's agent in Edinburgh with a packet, which he opened and read with great attention, appearing much interested and agitated by the contents. The packet had been dispatched very soon after their leaving Edinburgh, but the messenger had missed the travellers by passing through Mid-Calder in the night, and overshot his errand by getting to Roseneth before them. He was now on his return, after having waited more than 24 hours. Sir George Staunton instantly wrote back an answer, and rewarding the messenger liberally, desired him not to sleep till he placed it in his agent's hands. At length they embarked in the boat which had waited for them some time. During their voyage, which was slow, for they were obliged to row the whole way, and often against the tide, Sir George Staughton's inquiries ran chiefly on the subject of the Highland banditti who had infested that country since the year 1745. Butler informed him that many of them were not native Highlanders, but gipsies, tinkers, and other men of desperate fortunes, who had taken advantage of the confusion introduced by the Civil War, the general discontent of the mountaineers, and the unsettled state of police, to practise their plundering trade with more audacity. Sir George next inquired into their lives, their habits, whether the violences which they committed were not sometimes atoned for by acts of generosity, and whether they did not possess the virtues as well as the vices of savage tribes. Butler answered that certainly they did sometimes show sparks of generosity, of which even the worst class of malefactors are seldom utterly divested, but that their evil propensities were certain and regular principles of action, while any occasional burst of virtuous feeling was only a transient impulse, not to be reckoned upon, and excited probably by some singular and unusual concatenation of circumstances. In discussing these inquiries, which Sir George pursued with an apparent eagerness that rather surprised Butler, the latter chanced to mention the name of Donacha du Nadane, with which the reader is already acquainted. Sir George caught the sound up eagerly, and as if it conveyed particular interest to his ear. He made the most minute inquiries concerning the man whom he mentioned, the number of his gang, and even the appearance of those who belonged to it. Upon these points Butler could give little answer. The man had a name among the lower class, but his exploits were considerably exaggerated. He had always one or two fellows with him, but never aspired to the command of above 3 or 4. In short, he knew little about him, and the small acquaintance he had had by no means inclined him to desire more. Nevertheless, I should like to see him some of these days. That would be a dangerous meeting, Sir George, unless you mean we are to see him receive his deserts from the law, and then it were a melancholy one. Use every man according to his deserts, Mr. Butler, and who shall escape whipping? But I am talking riddles to you. I will explain them more fully to you when I have spoken over the subject with Lady Staunton. Pull away, my lads," he added, addressing himself to the rowers. "The clouds threaten us with a storm." In fact, the dead and heavy closeness of the air, the huge piles of clouds which assembled in the western horizon, and glowed like a furnace under the influence of the setting sun, that awful stillness in which nature seems to expect the thunderburst, as a condemned soldier waits for the platoon fire which is to stretch him on the earth, all betokened a speedy storm. Large broad drops fell from time to time, and induced the gentlemen to assume the boat cloaks. But the rain again ceased, and the oppressive heat, so unusual in Scotland in the end of May, inclined them to throw them aside. "There is something solemn in this delay of the storm," said Sir George. "It seems as if it suspended its peal till it solemnized some important event in the world below." "Alas!" replied Butler, "what are we that the laws of nature should correspond in their march with our ephemeral deeds or sufferings? The clouds will burst when surcharged with the electric fluid, whether a goat is falling at that instant from the cliffs of Arran, or a hero expiring on the field of battle he has won. "The mind delights to deem it otherwise," said Sir George Staunton, "and to dwell on the fate of humanity as on that which is the prime central movement of the mighty machine. We love not to think that we shall mix with the ages that have gone before us, as these broad black raindrops mingle with the waste of waters, making a trifling and momentary eddy, and are then lost for ever. For ever we are not. We cannot be lost for ever," said Butler, looking upward. "Death is to us change, not consummation, and the commencement of a new existence, corresponding in character to the deeds which we have done in the body." While they agitated these grave subjects, to which the solemnity of the approaching storm naturally led them, their voyage threatened to be more tedious than they expected, for gusts of wind, which rose and fell with sudden impetuosity, swept the bosom of the Firth, and impeded the efforts of the rowers. They had now only to double a small headland, in order to get to the proper landing place in the mouth of the little river; but in the state of the weather, and the boat being heavy, this was like to be a work of time, and in the meanwhile they must necessarily be exposed to the storm. "Could we not land on this side of the headland," asked Sir George, "and so gain some shelter?" Butler knew of no landing place, at least none affording a convenient or even practicable passage up the rocks which surrounded the shore. "Think again," said Sir George Staunton, "the storm will soon be violent." "Hout, ay," said one of the boatmen, "there's the Caird's Cove, but we dinna tell the minister about it, and I am no sure if I can steer the boat to it. The bay is so far of shoals and sunk rocks." "Try," said Sir George, "and I will give you half a guinea." The old fellow took the helm, and observed, that if they could get in, there was a steep path up from the beach, and half an hour's walk from thence to the manse. "Are you sure you know the way?" said Butler to the old man. "I maybe kenned it a wee better 15 years since, when Dandy Wilson was in the Firth with his clean ganging lugger. I mind Dandy had a wild young Englisher with him, that they called—" "If you chatter so much," said Sir George Staunton, "you will have the boat on the grindstone. Bring that white rock in a line with the steeple." "By God," said the veteran, staring, "I think your honour kens the bay as well as me. Your honour's nose has been on the grindstone ere now, I'm thinking." As they spoke thus, they approached the little cove, which, concealed behind crags, and defended on every point by shallows and sunken rocks, could scarce be discovered or approached, except by those intimate with the navigation. An old shattered boat was already drawn up on the beach within the cove, close beneath the trees, and with precautions for concealment. Upon observing this vessel, Butler remarked to his companion, "It is impossible for you to conceive, Sir George, the difficulty I have had with my poor people in teaching them the guilt and the danger of this contraband trade, yet they have perpetually before their eyes all its dangerous consequences. I do not know anything that more effectually depraves and ruins their moral and religious principles." Sir George forced himself to say something in a low voice about the spirit of adventure natural to youth, and that unquestionably many would become wiser as they grew older. "Too seldom, sir," replied Butler. "If they have been deeply engaged, and especially if they have mingled in the scenes of violence and blood to which their occupation naturally leads, I have observed that, sooner or later, they come to an evil end. Experience as well as Scripture teaches us, Sir George, that mischief shall hunt the violent man, and that the bloodthirsty man shall not live half his days. But take my arm to help you ashore." Sir George needed assistance, for he was contrasting in his altered thought the different feelings of mind and frame with which he had formerly frequented the same place. As they landed, a low growl of thunder was heard at a distance. "That is ominous, Mr. Butler," said Sir George. "Internuit laevum. It is ominous of good, then," answered Butler, smiling. The boatmen were ordered to make the best of their way round the headland to the ordinary landing place. The two gentlemen, followed by their servant, sought their way by a blind and tangled path through a close copsewood to the manse of Knockturlity, where their arrival was anxiously expected. The sisters in vain had expected their husband's return on the preceding day, which was that appointed by Sir George's letter. The delay of the travellers at Calder had occasioned this breach of appointment. The inhabitants of the manse began even to doubt whether they would arrive on the present day. Lady Staunton felt this hope of delay as a brief reprieve, for she dreaded the pangs which her husband's pride must undergo at meeting with a sister-in-law to whom the whole of his unhappy and dishonourable history were too well known. She knew whatever force or constraint he might put upon his feelings in public, that she herself must be doomed to see them display themselves in full vehemence in secret, consume his health, destroy his temper, and render him at once an object of dread and compassion. Again and again she cautioned Jeanie to display no tokens of recognition, but to receive him as a perfect stranger, and again Jeanie renewed her promise to comply with her wishes. Jeanie herself could not fail to bestow an anxious thought on the awkwardness of the approaching meeting, but her conscience was ungalled, and then she was cumbered with many household cares of an unusual nature, which, joined to the anxious wish once more to see Butler, after the absence of unusual length, made her extremely desirous that the travellers should arrive as soon as possible. And why should I disguise the truth? Ever and anon a thought stole across her mind that her gala dinner had now been postponed for 2 days, and how few of the dishes, after every art of her simple cuisine had been exerted to dress them, could with any credit or propriety appear again upon the third, and what was she to do with the rest? Upon this last subject she was saved the trouble of farther deliberation by the sudden appearance of the captain at the head of half a dozen stout fellows, dressed and armed in the Highland fashion. "Good morrow morning to ye, Letty Staunton, and I hope I have the pleasure to see you well. And good morrow to you, good Mrs. Butler. I do peg you will order some victuals and ale and brandy for the lads, for we have been out on firth and moor since afore daylight, and all to no purpose neither. Cot tam." So saying, he sat down, pushed back his brigadier wig, and wiped his head with an air of easy importance, totally regardless of the look of well-bred astonishment by which Lady Staunton endeavoured to make him comprehend that he was assuming too great a liberty. "It is some comfort when one has had a sore tussle," continued the Captain, addressing Lady Staunton with an air of gallantry, "that it is in a fair lady's service, or in the service of a gentleman whilk has a fair lady, whilk is the same thing, since serving the husband is serving the wife, as Mrs. Putler does very well know. "Really, sir," said Lady Staunton, "as you seem to intend this compliment for me, I am at a loss to know what interest Sir George or I can have in your movements this morning." "Oh, cot tam! This is too cruel, my leddy, as if it was not py special express from his Grace's honourable agent and commissioner at Edinburgh, with a warrant conform, that I was to seek for and apprehend Donnacha du Naudane, and bring him before myself and Sir George Staunton, that he may have his deserts, that is to say, the gallows, whilk he has doubtless deserved, by being the means of frightening your ladyship, as well as for something of less importance." "Frightening me!" said her ladyship. "Why, I never wrote to Sir George about my alarm at the waterfall." "Then he must have heard it otherwise, for what else can give him sic an earnest desire to see this rapscallion, that I mun ripe the whole mosses and moors in the country for him, as if I were to get something for finding him, when the pest of it might be a pall through my prains. Can it really be true that it is on Sir George's account that you have been attempting to apprehend this fellow?" "Py cot, it is for no other cause that I know than his honour's pleasure, for the creature might have gone on in a decent quiet way for me, so long as he respected the Duke's pounds; but reason good he should be taken, and hangit to poot, if it may pleasure any honourable gentleman that is the Duke's friend. So I got the express overnight, and I caused warn half a score of pretty lads, and was up in the morning before the sun, and I garred the lads take their kilts and short coats." "I wonder you did that, Captain," said Mrs. Butler, "when you know the Act of Parliament against wearing the Highland dress." "Hout tout! Never fash your thumb, Mrs. Butler. The law is but 3 years old yet, and is over young to have come our length. And besides, how is the lads to climb the praise with the tammed breekins on them? It makes me sick to see them. But anyhow, I thought I kenned Donnacha's haunt gay and well, and I was at the place where he had rested yestreen, for I saw the leaves the limmers had lain on, and the ashes of them, by the same token. There was a pit greashock burning yet. I am thinking they got some word out of the island what was intended. I sought every glen and clench, as if I had been deer stalking, but till a want of his coat tail could I see. Cot tam!" "He'll be away down the firth to Cowal," said David; and Reuben, who had been out early that morning a nutting, observed that he had seen a boat making for the Caird's Cove, a place well known to the boys, though their less adventurous father was ignorant of its existence. "Py cot!" said Duncan, "then I will stay here no longer than to trink this very horn of brandy and water, for it's very possible they will be in the wood. Donnacha's a clever fellow, and maybe thinks it past to sit next the chimley when the lum reeks. He thought nobody would look for him so near hand. I peg your ladyship will excuse my abrupt departure, as I will return forthwith, and I will either bring you Donnacha in life, or else his head, whilk I dare to say will be as satisfactory. And I hope to pass a pleasant evening with your ladyship, and I hope to have mine revenges on Mr. Putler at backgammon, for the 4 pennies whilk he won, for he will be surely at home soon, or else he will have a wet journey, seeing it is apout to be a scud. Thus saying, with many scrapes and bows, and apologies for leaving them, which were very readily received, and reiterated assurances of his speedy return, of the sincerity whereof Mrs. Butler entertained no doubt, so long as her best greybeard of brandy was upon duty, Duncan left the manse, collected his followers, and began to scour the close and entangled wood which lay between the little glen and the Caird's Cove. David, who was a favourite with the captain, on account of his spirit and courage, took the opportunity of escaping to attend the investigations of that great man. End of chapter 27th. Chapter 28th of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I did send for thee, that Talbot's name might be in thee revived, when sapless age and weak, unable limbs should bring thy father to his drooping chair. But, O malignant and ill-boding stars! First Part of Henry the Sixth. Duncan and his party had not proceeded very far in the direction of the Caird's Cove before they heard a shot, which was quickly followed by one or two others. "Some tamned villains among the roe deer," said Duncan. "Look sharp out, lads." The clash of swords was next heard, and Duncan and his myrmidons hastening to the spot, found Butler and Sir George Staunton's servant in the hands of 4 ruffians. Sir George himself lay stretched on the ground, with his drawn sword in his hand. Duncan, who was as brave as a lion, instantly fired his pistol at the leader of the band, unsheathed his sword, cried out to his men, "Claymore!" and run his weapon through the body of the fellow whom he had previously wounded, who was no other than Donicha du na Dune himself. The other banditti were speedily overpowered, excepting one young lad, who made wonderful resistance for his years, and was at length secured with difficulty. Butler, so soon as he was liberated from the ruffians, ran to raise Sir George Staunton, but life had wholly left him. "A great misfortune," said Duncan. "I think it will be past that I go forward to intimate it to the coot lady. Tavy, my dear, you have smelled powther for the first time this day. Take my sword and hack off Donicha's head. Whilk will be coot practice for you against the time you may wish to do the same kindness to a living gentleman. Or hold, as your father does not approve, you may leave it alone, as he will be a greater object of satisfaction to Letty Staunton to see him entire, and I hope she will do me the credit to believe that I can avenge a gentleman's blood very speedily and well." Such was the observation of a man too much accustomed to the ancient state of manners in the Highlands, to look upon the issue of such a skirmish as anything worthy of wonder or emotion. We will not attempt to describe the very contrary effect which the unexpected disaster produced upon Lady Staunton, when the bloody corpse of her husband was brought to the house, where she expected to meet him alive and well. All was forgotten, but that he was the lover of her youth, and whatever were his faults to the world, that he had towards her exhibited only those that arose from the inequality of spirits and temper incident to a situation of unparalleled difficulty. In the vivacity of her grief, she gave way to all the natural irritability of her temper. Shriek followed shriek, and swoon succeeded to swoon. It required all Jeanie's watchful affection to prevent her from making known, in these paroxysms of affliction, much which it was of the highest importance that she should keep secret. At length silence and exhaustion succeeded to frenzy, and Jeanie stole out to take counsel with her husband, and to exhort him to anticipate the captain's interference by taking possession, in Lady Staunton's name, of the private papers of her deceased husband. To the utter astonishment of Butler, she now, for the first time, explained the relation betwixt herself and Lady Staunton, which authorized, nay, demanded, that he should prevent any stranger from being unnecessarily made acquainted with her family affairs. It was in such a crisis that Jeanie's active and undaunted habits of virtuous exertion were most conspicuous. While the captain's attention was still engaged by a prolonged refreshment, and a very tedious examination in Gaelic and English of all the prisoners and every other witness of the fatal transaction, she had the body of her brother-in-law undressed and properly disposed. It then appeared from the crucifix, the beads, and the shirt of hair which he wore next his person, that his sense of guilt had induced him to receive the dogmata of a religion, which pretends, by the maceration of the body, to expiate the crimes of the soul. In the packet of papers which the express had brought to Sir George Staunton from Edinburgh, and which Butler, authorized by his connection with the deceased, did not scruple to examine, he found new and astonishing intelligence, which gave him reason to thank God he had taken that measure. Ratcliffe, to whom all sorts of misdeeds and misdoers were familiar, instigated by the promised reward, soon found himself in a condition to trace the infant of these unhappy parents. The woman to whom Meg Murdickson had sold that most unfortunate child had made it the companion of her wanderings and her beggary until he was about 7 or 8 years old, when, as Ratcliffe learned from a companion of hers, then in the correction house of Edinburgh, she sold him in her turn to Donicha du Naudonné. This man, to whom no act of mischief was unknown, was occasionally an agent in a horrible trade then carried on betwixt Scotland and America for supplying the plantations with servants, by means of kidnapping, as it was termed, both men and women, but especially children under age. Here Ratcliffe lost sight of the boy, but had no doubt but Donicha Dhu could give an account of him. The gentleman of the law, so often mentioned, dispatched therefore an express with a letter to Sir George Staunton, and another covering a warrant for apprehension of Donicha, with instructions to the captain of Knockdunder to exert his utmost energy for that purpose. Possessed of this information, and with a mind agitated by the most gloomy apprehensions, Butler now joined the captain, and obtained from him, with some difficulty, a sight of the examinations. These, with a few questions to the elder of the prisoners, soon confirmed the most dreadful of Butler's anticipations. We give the heads of the information, without descending into minute details. Donicha Dhu had indeed purchased Effie's unhappy child, with the purpose of selling it to the American traders, whom he had been in the habit of supplying with human flesh. But no opportunity occurred. for some time, and the boy, who was known by the name of the Whistler, made some impression on the heart and affections even of this rude savage, perhaps because he saw in him flashes of a spirit as fierce and vindictive as his own. When Donnica struck or threatened him, a very common occurrence, he did not answer with complaints and entreaties like other children, but with oaths and efforts at revenge. He had all the wild merit, too, by which Wogger Wolf's arrow-bearing page won the hard heart of his master. Like a wild cub, reared at the ruffian's feet, he could say biting jests, bold ditties sing, and quaff his foaming bumper at the board with all the mockery of a little man. Ethwald. In short, as Donnichadu said, the Whistler was a born imp of Satan, and therefore he should never leave him. Accordingly, from his 11th year forward, he was one of the band, and often engaged in acts of violence. The last of these was more immediately occasioned by the researches which the Whistler's real father made after him, whom he had been taught to consider as such. Donnichadu's fears had been for some time excited by the strength of the means which began now to be employed against persons of his description. He was sensible he existed only by the precarious indulgence of his namesake, Duncan of Knockdunder, who was used to boast that he could put him down or string him up when he had a mind. He resolved to leave the kingdom by means of one of those sloops which were engaged in the traffic of his old kidnapping friends, and which was about to sail for America. But he was desirous first to strike a bold stroke. The ruffian's cupidity was excited by the intelligence that a wealthy Englishman was coming to the manse. He had neither forgotten the Whistler's report of the gold he had seen in Lady Staunton's purse, nor his old vow of revenge against the minister; and to bring the whole to a point, he conceived the hope of appropriating the money, which, according to the general report of the country, the minister was to bring from Edinburgh to pay for his pew purchase. While he was considering how he might best accomplish his purpose, he received the intelligence from one quarter that the vessel in which he proposed to sail was to sail immediately from Greenock; from another, that the minister and a rich English lord, with a great many £1,000, were expected the next evening at the manse; and from a third, that he must consult his safety by leaving his ordinary haunts as soon as possible, for that the captain had ordered out a party to scour the glens for him at break of day. Donnica laid his plans with promptitude and decision. He embarked with the Whistler and 2 others of his band, whom, by the by, he meant to sell to the kidnappers, and set sail for the Caird's Cove. He intended to lurk till nightfall in the wood adjoining to this place, which he thought was too near the habitation of men to excite the suspicion of Duncan Knock; then break into Butler's peaceful habitation, and flesh at once his appetite for plunder and revenge. When his villainy was accomplished, his boat was to convey him to the vessel, which, according to previous agreement with the master, was instantly to set sail. This desperate design would probably have succeeded, but for the ruffians being discovered in their lurking place by Sir George Staughton and Butler in their accidental walk from the Caird's Cove towards the manse. Finding himself detected, and at the same time observing that the servant carried a casket or strong box, Donnica conceived that both his prize and his victims were within his power, and attacked the travellers without hesitation. Shots were fired and swords drawn on both sides. Sir George Staughton offered the bravest resistance till he fell, as there was too much reason to believe, by the hand of a son so long sought, and now at length so unhappily met. While Butler was half stunned with this intelligence, the hoarse voice of Knockdunder added to his consternation. "I will take the liberty to take down the pell ropes, Mr. Butler, as I must be taking order to hang these idle people up to morrow morning, to teach them more consideration in their doings in future." Butler entreated him to remember the act abolishing the heritable jurisdictions, and that he ought to send them to Glasgow or Inverary to be tried by the circuit. Duncan scorned the proposal. The Jurisdiction Act, he said, had nothing to do but with the rebels, and specially not with Argyle's country, and he would hang the men up all three in one row before Coot Letty Staunton's windows, which would be a great comfort to her in the morning to see that the Coot gentleman, her husband, had been suitably avenged. And the utmost length that Butler's most earnest entreaties could prevail was, that he would reserve the twa pig carles for the circuit, but as for him they called the Fustler, he should try how he could fussel in a swinging toe, for it suldna be said that a gentleman friend to the Duke was killed in his country, and his people didna take at least twa lives for one. Butler entreated him to spare the victim for his soul's sake, but Knockdunder answered, that the soul of such a scum had been long the Tuffle's property, and that, cot tam, he was determined to give the Tuffle his due. All persuasion was in vain, and Duncan issued his mandate for execution on the succeeding morning. The child of guilt and misery was separated from his companions, strongly pinioned, and committed to a separate room, of which the captain kept the key. In the silence of the night, however, Mrs. Butler arose, resolved, if possible, to avert, at least to delay, the fate which hung over her nephew, especially if, upon conversing with him, she should see any hope of his being brought to better temper. She had a master key that opened every lock in the house, and at midnight, when all was still, she stood before the eyes of the astonished young savage, as, hard bound with cords, he lay like a sheep designed for slaughter, upon a quantity of the refuse of flax which filled a corner in the apartment. Amid features sunburnt, tawny, grimed with dirt, and obscured by his shaggy hair of a rusted black colour, Jeanie tried in vain to trace the likeness of either of his very handsome parents. Yet how could she refuse compassion to a creature so young and so wretched, so much more wretched than even he himself could be aware of, since the murder he had too probably committed with his own hand, but in which he had at any rate participated, was in fact a parricide? She placed food on a table near him, raised him, and slacked the cords on his arms, so as to permit him to feed himself. He stretched out his hands, still smeared with blood, perhaps that of his father, and he ate voraciously and in silence. "What is your first name?" said Jeanie, by way of opening the conversation. "The Whistler." "But your Christian name, by which you were baptized?" "I never was baptized that I know of. I have no other name than the Whistler." "Poor unhappy abandoned lad," said Jeanie. "What would ye do if you could escape from this place, and the death you are to die to morrow morning?" "Join with Rob Roy, or with Sergeant More Cameron, noted freebooters at that time, and revenge Donnacha's death on all and sundry." "Oh, ye unhappy boy," said Jeanie, "do ye ken what will come of ye when ye die?" "I shall neither feel cold nor hunger more," said the youth doggedly. "To let him be execute in this dreadful state of mind would be to destroy both body and soul; and to let him gang I dare not what will be done. But he is my sister's son, my own nephew, our flesh and blood, and his hands and feet are yorked as tight as cords can be drawn. Whistler, do the cords hurt you?" "Very much." "But if I were to slacken them, you would harm me?" "No, I would not. You never harmed me or mine." "There may be good in him yet," thought Jeanie. "I will try fair play with him." She cut his bonds. He stood upright, looked round with a laugh of wild exultation, clapped his hands together, and sprung from the ground, as if in transport on finding himself at liberty. He looked so wild, that Jeanie trembled at what she had done. "Let me out," said the young savage. "I wunna, unless you promise." "Then I'll make you glad to let us both out." He seized the lighted candle and threw it among the flax, which was instantly in a flame. Jeanie screamed and ran out of the room. The prisoner rushed past her, threw open a window in the passage, jumped into the garden, sprung over its enclosure, bounded through the woods like a deer, and gained the seashore. Meantime the fire was extinguished, but the prisoner was sought in vain. As Jeanie kept her own secret, the share she had in his escape was not discovered, but they learned his fate some time afterwards. It was as wild as his life had hitherto been. The anxious inquiries of Butler at length learned that the youth had gained the ship in which his master Donnica had designed to embark; but the avaricious shipmaster, inured by his evil trade to every species of treachery, and disappointed of the rich booty which Donnica had proposed to bring aboard, secured the person of the fugitive, and having transported him to America, sold him as a slave or indented servant to a Virginia planter far up the country. When these tidings reached Butler, he sent over to America a sufficient sum to redeem the lad from slavery, with instructions that measures should be taken for improving his mind, restraining his evil propensities, and encouraging whatever good might appear in his character. But this aid came too late. The young man had headed a conspiracy in which his inhumane master was put to death, and had then fled to the next tribe of wild Indians. He was never more heard of, and it may therefore be presumed that he lived and died after the manner of that savage people, with whom his previous habits had well fitted him to associate. All hopes of the young man's reformation being now ended, Mr. and Mrs. Butler thought it could serve no purpose to explain to Lady Staunton a history so full of horror. She remained their guest more than a year, during the greater part of which period her grief was excessive. In the latter months it assumed the appearance of listlessness and low spirits, which the monotony of her sister's quiet establishment afforded no means of dissipating. Effie, from her earliest youth, was never formed for a quiet, low content. Far different from her sister, she required the dissipation of society to divert her sorrow or enhance her joy. She left the seclusion of nocturnity with tears of sincere affection, and after heaping its inmates with all she could think of that might be valuable in their eyes. But she did leave it, and when the anguish of the parting was over, her departure was a relief to both sisters. The family at the manse of Knockturlity, in their own quiet happiness, heard of the well dowered and beautiful Lady Staunton resuming her place in the fashionable world. they learned it by more substantial proofs, for David received a commission. And as the military spirit of Bible Butler seemed to have revived in him, his good behaviour qualified the envy of 500 young Highland cadets, come of good houses, who were astonished at the rapidity of his promotion. Reuben followed the law, and rose more slowly yet surely. Euphemia Butler, whose fortune, augmented by her aunt's generosity, and added to her own beauty, rendered her no small prize, married a Highland laird, who never asked the name of her grandfather, and was loaded on the occasion with presents from Lady Staunton, which made her the envy of all the beauties in Dumbarton and Argyle shires. After blazing nearly 10 years in the fashionable world, and hiding, like many of her compeers, an aching heart with a gay demeanour, after declining repeated offers of the most respectable kind for a second matrimonial engagement, Lady Staunton betrayed the inward wound by retiring to the Continent, and taking up her abode in the convent where she had received her education. She never took the veil, but lived and died in severe seclusion, and in the practice of the Roman Catholic religion in all its formal observances, vigils, and austerities. Jeanie had so much of her father's spirit as to sorrow bitterly for this apostasy, and Butler joined in her regret. Yet any religion, however imperfect, he said, was better than cold scepticism, or the hurrying din of dissipation, which fills the ears of worldlings until they care for none of these things. Meanwhile, happy in each other, in the prosperity of their family, and the love and honour of all who knew them, this simple pair lived beloved, and died lamented. End of chapter 28th. End of The Heart of Mid-Lothian by Sir Walter Scott.